Все. Чуєте? Юрій, все, ми вас бачимо, все, тоді добре, можете за півгодини приєднатися.
Right. Don't watch the Joe. Saskatchewan. Sometimes you wonder what happened. Like how did all of us just slide down so rapidly down the
Oh, good for me. This is a high priority. I heard the lab. This is practically like, oh, this is too yeah. I mean, I guess he's under pressure and he wants to manage expectations, but it's like, I mean, at least he said, at least there's equal which covers him. Because he's
Actually,
gonna,
have somebody who wants to mention. This is
hi,
Anthony.
Matthew, nice to meet you. Oh, hi.
When I was in Kiev, maybe 12 years ago.
Possibly, yeah. Okay, next, yeah. That's one that's
I got you in a little hot water. I
yeah,
think.
I wish when I got picked up by everybody. By then it became like, where are you getting this number from? I got it from your website. You know. Yeah. So how do you do? Are you back at the Steve or?
I haven't so much about these projects. Bigger pieces that are serious as well.
So you get a good night's sleep, right? I'm in Ukraine. Last time I was there, it was a noisy night. But yeah, my colleague, I think, sort of been and I saw there's like a massive Monday night, Monday going up Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know any more about the American guide that was? Apparently Klitschko said an American guide. Is that just to try and get
Yes, I have written something down. Hopefully, yes. But thanks for that conversation. Just a very yes, yes. 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 No, but it wasn't. I must tell you that after that I went and studied some things. Seriously, I was really glad to see that. Yes, yes, yes. Things were much
Good afternoon. If you'd like to take your seats, we'll start. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, I have the pleasure of welcoming you to this expert panel discussion, Missing Persons and Accountability, supporting Ukraine in large-scale missing persons investigations. This is in fact the fifth in a series of expert panel discussions organized by ICMP, some of which took place in Kyiv last year, others here in The Hague. Issues discussed included purpose-specific legislation and institutions to account for missing persons, the importance of data and rigorous database systems, processing, analysis, and also data sharing amongst institutions that are responsible for accounting for the missing, forensics and DNA identification. This time, approximately last year, we held an important roundtable panel discussion on the issue of missing and deported children. And most recently, we considered and discussed the issue of reparations and claims for families of missing persons. Today, we welcome a distinguished panel of experts to discuss the challenges, but also strategies that can be applied in large-scale investigations into missing persons cases. More than 3 years since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and more than 10 years since the illegal annexation of Crimea, the scale of the issue of missing persons in Ukraine is truly huge. Today, more than 70,000 persons are registered as missing. Peacetime approaches to criminal investigation are fit for peacetime, but are tested and can come up short in extraordinary times when the scale of the challenge exceeds domestic capacities. But solutions are to hand, and our esteemed and distinguished panel of experts will explore them today. Before I move on, I'd like to express great gratitude to Norway, Germany, the Netherlands, the US, and Canada, which are supporting ICMP's Ukraine program and its assistance to Ukraine. So thank you very much. Thank you for that. I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency Andriy Kostin, the Ambassador of Ukraine to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to make his opening remarks. Ambassador Kostin, please.
Thank you. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, it's a privilege to join you today, and I want to begin by expressing our gratitude to the International Commission on Missing Persons for convening this crucial expert panel discussion. This gathering, our fifth roundtable, brings together the committed voices of investigators, prosecutors, families, civil society, and international partners to confront one of the gravest consequences of Russia's unprovoked and brutal war against Ukraine: the thousands who remain missing, both civilian and military. Since February 24, 2022, Ukrainian law enforcement agencies have opened investigations into over 170,000 incidents of war crimes. Behind each case is a life abruptly cut short, a family led in anguish, and a community haunted by uncertainty. The scale of these atrocities is simply without precedent in Europe. It calls for an equally unprecedented response in terms of coordination, resources, and international solidarity. Our investigators, prosecutors, and judges have worked night and day gathering forensic evidence, interviewing witnesses, and ensuring that data from each disappearance can be incorporated into future war crimes trials. It is this meticulous documentation that will underpin the accountability so essential to the rule of law and to the rights of families to truth, justice, and reparation. Our overall objective is clear: to deliver justice for the victims and survivors of this war of aggression as soon as possible. And here, Ukraine's complex accountability matrix should be referred to. in order to explain how its elements are interlinked, interrelated, and complementary, we call it the web of accountability. It consists of 5 essential pillars. The first element is Ukraine's national efforts, which primarily include documenting, investigating, and prosecuting international crimes, even at time of ongoing war. As you will know, since 2014, legislation has been enacted and institutions have been established with a view to coordinating and maintaining an effective strategy to account for those who have gone missing as a result of the Russian invasion. Progress has been made, and it has been made in extraordinarily difficult circumstances. The government of Ukraine has to allocate resources in multiple areas in order to deal with the impact of the war and, above everything else, to defend the country in the most effective and efficient way. But resources have been and will continue to be allocated to the issue of missing persons. Further elements of the web of accountability provide for the cooperation with the ICC, for bilateral investigation efforts based on universal and extraterritorial jurisdiction, for establishment of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression, which will fill the jurisdiction gap, and the compensation to victims for all damages and losses they suffered in the result of Russia's actions. The Register of Damage, operating here in The Hague, has recently launched claim category, disappearance of a close family member. It is indeed an important milestone. Together with our partners, we are committed to establish the Claims Commission for Ukraine. It will be the second integral element of the international compensation mechanism. It will examine the claims submitted to the register and determine the compensation amounts for the victims. A lot has been achieved, but still a lot lies ahead of us. This is why it is valuable for us to collaborate with international organizations, human rights bodies, civil society organizations, and the global community. And here, I would like to highlight the role of the ICMP. ICMP has been assisting Ukraine for more than a decade, since the beginning of war back in 2014. Our partnership has been and remains fully collaborative. We set the priorities together, we measure progress together, and we adapt our strategies together. At the same time, we are very well aware that Ukraine can learn from the experience of stakeholders who have accounted for large numbers of missing persons, often in the context of conflict in other parts of the world. This is why we welcome today's expert panel discussion. It is a concrete and practical way of transferring knowledge and best practice that can be applied effectively in Ukraine. We stand at a pivotal moment. Ukraine and the broader international community seeks justice not just for heinous war crimes, but for the fundamental human right of every individual to be accounted for in life or death. With your partnership and expertise, we will honor that right, restore dignity to the missing, and bring solace to those who have waited far too long for answers. Thank you once again for your participation and for your unwavering support in this critical matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'd like to now invite ICMP Commissioner Judge Sanjay Monahan to make her opening words. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, comrades, colleagues, good afternoon. Let me begin by speaking directly to the Ukrainian participants at today's round table here in The Hague and those who are joining us online. As a former judge at the International Criminal Court, I was involved for many years in pursuing justice for victims through international accountability mechanisms. At the beginning of our discussion today, I want to stress that Ukraine has laid the foundations for a system that can secure justice for victims. That you are building the system while engaged in the defense of your country is not only admirable, but it is an integral and indispensable element in defending sovereignty and democracy. Accounting for the missing and prosecuting those responsible for disappearances are two sides of the same coin. And securing justice in Ukraine is central to upholding the international rule of law. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine has highlighted the need to bolster accountability mechanisms in response to the Russian invasion. And that is what we are here to discuss. Much progress has been made, but much more work must be done. The International Commission on Missing Persons, ICMP, has been working with Ukraine for more than a decade. At the request of the authorities, this assistance was scaled up quickly and very substantially in the aftermath of the full-scale invasion. We deeply appreciate, Your Excellency, the trust placed on our expertise, and we welcome the opportunity to provide input on strengthening the legal and institutional frameworks in your country that underpin the work that is being carried out by the Ukrainian authorities. They are making a truly heroic effort to account for the missing in an incredibly challenging environment. And the ICMP is supporting that effort. The ICMP is providing training and equipment in forensic science and mortuary management, as well as assistance to families of the missing and civil society organizations. It is also providing database technology that can, in due course, support an advanced electronic system that enables information on all missing persons cases to be stored and processed securely. The ICMP's experience in other countries
Праця МКЗБ також пов'язана з роботою в інших країнах, де є багато зниклих безвісти. Ми забезпечуємо те, щоб ми в дійсності забезпечили відповідний процес щодо зниклих безвісти. Разом працювали з представниками суспільства над збором даних у сімей про зниклих безвісти. Ця інформація збирається систематично членів родини військових. І це є модель, яку ми можемо також розширити. Ефективне управління цих даних є надзвичайно важливим елементом. І МКЗБ вже робить цю систему наявною для всіх, до Міністерства охорони здоров'я, для того, щоб підтримувати відповідне управління базою даних. І ми повинні про це думати, коли ми розуміємо те, що дані будуть важливими лише тоді, якщо ми їх будемо збирати систематично і безпечно обробляти. Україна працює ефективно над процесом створення такої бази збору даних. Вони можуть розширити і заповнити цю базу даних інформації, яку потім можна представити у суді. Звичайно, це все залежить від того, коли закінчиться повноштабна війна, для того, щоб забезпечити суверенність та демократію в своїй країні. Ми прикладаємо всі зусилля для того, щоб підтримати верховенство права. Це є конкретні технічні засоби, щоб допомогти органам влади та іншим зацікавленим сторонам України. І МКЗБ та інші міжнародні організації є готовими для того, щоб надавати всебічну, всеохоплюючу допомогу всім зацікавленим сторонам в Україні. Ми надіємося.
Useful framework for today's discussion. I thank you.
I now have the pleasure of inviting Anke Feldhusen, the Director for Crisis Prevention and Stabilization at the German Federal Foreign Office. Ambassador Feldhusen.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, і особливо дорогі учасники, які не приїхали з України.
And especially dear guests that did not come from Ukraine or those who are with us online.
And the International Commission on Missing Persons for organizing today's roundtable. Germany is a long-time supporter of ICMP and became a state party in 2021. It has provided assistance to the organization's programs in the Western Balkans, Colombia, Iraq, Syria, and of course, Ukraine. And let me add on a more personal note how grateful I am for the invitation to be here with you today, because it also gives me the opportunity to meet old friends. In my 12 years of working in Ukraine, also during the full-scale war Russia is waging, Ukraine became my second home, and it is very close to my heart. Germany is supporting ICMP's work to account for hundreds of thousands of missing persons around the world because it sees it as its moral and human duty. What is more, accounting for the missing is consistent with Germany's contribution to the broad collective effort to uphold the international rule of law and maintain geopolitical stability. The Russian war in Ukraine since 2014 is a serious and continuing challenge to these essential objectives. And this is why the topic of today's discussion is so important. It gets to the heart of accountability. First of all, we must establish the facts. Only then we can take systematic and resolute judicial steps in light of the facts that have been established. Such steps may include public engagement and the coordinated deployment of forensic tools to account for the missing, and by making information that has been gathered available to the judicial process. Only in this way the perpetrators of disappearances can be prosecuted and impunity be avoided. Locating more than 70,000 missing persons and investigating their disappearances to judicial standards is not something one country can do on its own. I've seen mass graves in Ukraine, and I've witnessed the desperation of families who were looking for their loved ones. As part of Germany's comprehensive support to Ukraine, it is funding ICMP's efforts to help Ukraine, including expanding ICMP's standing technical capacities. And I had the pleasure today of seeing at first hand the upgraded state-of-the-art DNA human identification laboratory. ICMP has the technical capacities to help Ukraine address the huge scale of missing persons and to meet Ukraine's objective to do so in a manner that does meet judicial standards of evidence. As we all know, justice can be slow, painfully slow. But we also know that through painstaking and determined effort, and through partnerships with governments and with organizations such as ICMP, justice can, in the end, be achieved. Such big objectives require many, many smaller steps to be taken. And since we will have so many experts on Ukraine on the panel to come, let me enlarge the regional perspective a little bit. One example that we refer to in Berlin regularly because of its symbolic, political, social, and judicial importance is the transfer of remains of Yazidi victims of genocide at the hands of ISIS in Iraq from mass graves to their hometown in Kocho. Not only was this achieved with the support of ICMP, but ICMP was also supporting families of these victims who had left Iraq to attend the event, enabling them to take a first but very, very important step towards dealing with the gruesome past. While we continue to support ICMP's work in Iraq, We also are stepping up our support to their work in Syria, a country no less scarred by violence and disappearances than Iraq. Other members of today's panel have served on international tribunals charged with gathering evidence and securing justice in the context of atrocities and genocide, and they will be able to speak to the challenges and the solutions of this process. Not only can justice be done, it must be done. History shows that injustices left unaddressed can lead to resentment and future conflict. Any lasting settlement must therefore be built on justice. And this is why accounting for the missing is not simply a central element in the defense of Ukraine, in the stabilization of Iraq, or in the political transition in Syria. It is a central element in maintaining the international rule of law and geopolitical stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would now like to invite His Excellency Erling Rimstad, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Ambassador, please.
Your Majesty, Queen Nor, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Like the other speakers this morning, I would like to thank ICMP for organizing today's roundtable. Norway is a major contributor and supporter of ICMP and has provided a grant of 8.5 million euro over 3 years to facilitate the organization's work in Ukraine. The Norwegian support program for Ukraine, the Nansen program, is a multi-year program with both military and civilian support. The total framework is approximately 18 billion euro for the period of 2023 to 2030. On a political level, our support reflects that what affects people in one part of the continent, one way or another affects everyone on the continent. If the rights of Ukrainian citizens are violated, then the rights of citizens across Europe are questioned. In this sense, Ukraine's security is also about Europe's security. And for Norway, as a neighbor to Russia, supporting Ukraine is also about our national security. Combating impunity for international crimes is a foreign policy priority for Norway. We are actively engaged in international efforts to establish the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine and to provide compensation for victims of Russia's war. On Europe Day in Lviv, we marked the political agreement to establish the Special Tribunal. Core group countries are now working to finalize the necessary framework to establish the tribunal. There is also positive momentum in the discussion on establishing a claims commission as the second component of a compensation mechanism. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine has played a key role in documenting the extensive violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law during Russia's war against Ukraine. While Ukraine largely complies with its obligations, there is now extensive documentation of Russia's violations. The documentation is supported by reports from the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine and the OSCE Moscow Mechanism Mission of Experts. And together with Ukraine and Canada, we are proud to be co-leading Working Group 4 of Ukraine's peace formula on release of all prisoners and deportees. The so-called human dimension of the peace formula is central to any peace process. On the issue of justice and accountability, experience from other parts of the world show that as long as large numbers of people are missing after conflict, efforts to make and maintain peace could be undermined. Tens of thousands of missing persons mean hundreds of thousands of family members, neighbors, friends, and co-workers who might be skeptical about or even opposed to any settlement. We are now moving through an area of geopolitical turbulence. Social, political, economic, and military events in various parts of the world are interconnected. There are different ways on the appropriate strategy to navigate this turbulence, but there is broad consensus among democratic countries that any strategy must be based on the rule of law. This is why ICMP's law-based approach to the issue of missing persons is so important. Its operating premise is that accounting for the missing is inextricably linked to the judicial process. The objective is to discover the truth, but it is also to secure justice. This law-based premise can sustain the process through the enormous tensions that are placed upon it by conflict. It will require a concerted legal effort on the part of Ukrainian authorities and the international mechanisms designed to maintain the rule of law to ensure that the rights of families of the missing from Ukraine are upheld. There are forensic and judicial mechanisms to locate and identify missing people and to hold perpetrators to account. The task before us is to coordinate and utilize those mechanisms to maximum effect. I hope that ways of doing this can be further developed by our discussion today. The endeavors by ICMP and its partners in Ukraine are important and necessary, and they are fully supported by Norway. Thank you very much.
I'd now like to invite our keynote speaker, Vrinda Grover, member of the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine. Vrinda, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank ICMP for inviting the Commission of Inquiry to this deliberation. The statement issued by the Commission in February 2025 to mark the third year of Russian Federation's full-scale invasion of Ukraine underscored that it is crucial that the international community continues its efforts to pursue accountability and justice, even as peace talks are initiated at the international level. While most of you are already familiar with the reports of the Commission, I draw your attention to some of our key findings, conclusions, and recommendations that are relevant to today's deliberations and may have a bearing on shaping strategic and effective approaches. In its last report to the UN Human Rights Council, dated 19th March 2025, the Commission concluded that Russian authorities committed enforced disappearances as crimes against humanity against the civilian population in a widespread and systematic manner pursuant to a coordinated state policy in the context of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Many prisoners of war were also victims of enforced disappearances. The official figures have just been referred to by the ambassador. While in the circumstances of the ongoing armed conflict, makes it onerous to have reliable or accurate figures of missing persons. Cognizant of this challenge, the Commission, in its conference room paper published in August 2023, had suggested that even prior to the cessation of conflict, multiple significant measures can be taken to address the urgent task of gathering information about missing persons, so as to ensure families know the fate and whereabouts of their relatives and to prevent disappearances. In this regard, significant measures have been taken both legislatively and administratively in Ukraine. The task of preparing a definitive and verified database is undeniably daunting and arduous. This information, along with other scientific and forensic material, forms the bedrock of evidence required for effective judicial accountability and to address the victim's right to truth. Partnering with organizations such as the ICMP provides the necessary forensic, scientific, and technical skills and resources to collect and preserve DNA samples and other material that provide vital evidence. The process of analysis and verification requires investment of considerable financial resources, scientific skills, and time. Any accountability sought at the international level for violation of IHL or crimes under international law would require the highest standard of evidence is documented, stored, maintained, shared, and presented before relevant forums. The Commission has consistently called upon all parties to cooperate and coordinate their efforts. The challenge and perhaps the deliberations of the panel will engage with whether Ukraine's investigative machinery and prosecution system can meet the scale and the challenges which, pursuant to the full-scale invasion by Russian Federation. An approach adopted by the Commission while investigating the different breaches of international law is to examine the patterns of violations that emerge from the evidence gathered. The common elements of these patterns can provide strategic insights. The pattern of violation of enforced disappearances documented by the Commission demonstrates certain common elements. The evidence and information collected and analyzed establishes the widespread and systematic nature of the enforced disappearances, the categories of civilians detained, transferred, and who have gone missing, the multiple transfers between different detention places in occupied areas of Ukraine and deportation to the Russian Federation, the sequenced involvement of various entities of the Russian Federation allocating and directing resources and efforts to detain large number of civilians in various facilities for prolonged periods of time, the systematic refusal to disclose information about those who disappeared, placed them outside the protection of law, and exposed them to risk of additional violations and crime. The provision of standard responses to families which systematically failed to communicate the fate or whereabouts of those disappeared during the 3 years of armed conflict. The Commission's investigation established the role of certain Russian authorities, namely the Federal Security Service, referred to FSB in Russian, the Federal Penitentiary Service of the Russian Federation, referred to FSIN in Russian, and at the highest level, the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation was the competent authority that addressed requests concerning missing persons. The Commission has analyzed over 280 response letters to families from Russian authorities. The Commission found that none of the reviewed letters from the Ministry of Defense revealed the whereabouts of the missing persons, and most provided incomplete or inconsistent information in breach of international law. The Commission has recommended that accountability must be affixed on those commanders and other superiors and those ordering, soliciting, or inducing the commission of international crime. This may be relevant in providing some guidance to shape the investigation and prosecution strategy to ensure judicial accountability. Given the scale of violations, an effective response may require the tools and strategies of investigation, the legal frameworks and practices to be attentive to the available institutional capacities, competencies, and resources to meet the demands. Again, as noted by the Commission in the conference room paper of August 2023, ordinary judicial and investigative authorities are seldom adequate to the task of addressing the problem of missing persons. Part of the problem has to do with the immense caseload, part of it with lack of necessary competencies, including sufficient and appropriate forensic competencies, but also with functional factors. Judicial and related investigating authorities are by orientation and design more interested in the identification of perpetrators than on the resolution of the fate and whereabouts of the victim. The Commission had recalled that the resolution of missing persons cases cannot be reduced to finding and returning bones. Investigative and judicial bodies have limitations in discharging all these obligations. Several countries have chosen to establish specialized bodies, like missing persons units. These multidisciplinary entities can play the role of the institutional portal that sensitively coordinates services and support to victims. The Commission has repeatedly emphasized a broad understanding of accountability, including both judicial and non-judicial accountability, as an important facet of its commitment to a victim-centric approach. The majority, though not all, of missing victims being men, the gender dynamics and impact of enforced disappearances in Ukraine has been documented by the Commission. As we know, this gendered experience of enforced disappearances during conflict is not peculiar to Ukraine. Various obligations flow from this. The Commission has previously recommended to other states and regional and international organizations to provide comprehensive support for the rehabilitation and reintegration of victims of violations and crimes, including health, psychosocial support, and housing. Such supportive measures are essential for victim families waiting for the return of their loved ones or news about their fate. I want to underline the value of psychosocial support. It has been observed in different jurisdictions across the world that often it is the women who turn their agonizing weight and unbearable grief to relentlessly seek justice for their missing loved ones and do not allow the crimes to be forgotten. Victims who are provided psychosocial support can be much better placed to navigate the legal system for seeking judicial accountability. The efforts to secure judicial accountability and end and rupture the impunity of perpetrators must be attentive to the interplay between the two dimensions of accountability. I thank you for your attention.
That finalizes or closes the opening part of today's expert panel discussion. I'd now like to invite our moderator, Olena Korenkova, and our panelists to come to the stage. And we shall continue. Olena, you're now in charge.
Okay. Kindly invited you to join me. Dear panelists, you know who is participating? Absolutely. I can sit here on the corner.
Where would you like?
Yeah, please.
Go ahead. Where would you like? Oh, you're sitting.
Yeah.
Are we okay? Let's see. Are we? Usual.
So, we are more or less ready, I guess. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished panelists. I would like to express my gratitude to you for joining our discussion, Missing Persons and Accountability, supporting Ukraine in the large-scale missing persons investigations. My name is Elena Korenkova. I'm the journalist at Suspilne Noviny, Ukrainian public broadcaster, and mostly I cover the topics of the international news and international justice. And in the recent years, I mostly focus on the how international law can hold Russians accountable for the war against Ukraine, which has been going on for more than 11 years already, and 3.5 years as a full-scale war. It's a great honor for me to moderate this discussion with our distinguished guests today. These are Mr. Artur Dobroserdo, Commissioner for Persons Missing Under Special Circumstances at the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. He has to be joining us online. As well, Mr. Yuri Belousov, Head of War Crimes Department, Office of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine. He is also joining us online, but another panelist offline here with me. It's Alexandra Romantsova, Executive Director of the Center of Civil Liberties from Kiev. Katerina Rashevska, legal expert on the Regional Center for Human Rights from Kiev as well. Ms. Catherine Bomberger, ICMP Director General. We are very much grateful to be here because of you. Ambassador Stephen Rupp, lawyer, academic, and former United States Ambassador at Large for the War Crimes Issues. And Dr. Thomas Parsons, forensic and evolutionary DNA scientist. Thank you so much for being here today. Before I give the floor to them, I would like to say a few words on the topic of missing persons from my own perspective as a journalist that I follow in the recent years. A few months ago, I spoke with Katerina, the wife of a serviceman, company commander who died in September 2022 in Donetsk region. Katerina knows in detail how her husband died, but actually the body was never recovered under Russian shelling, so Anatoly has been considered missing for almost 3 years already. Katerina says that at least understanding where her husband's body is actually something that will bring some comfort to her, although her loved one will never return home again. Certainty at least somewhat compensates for this pain that the relatives of the missing live with permanently. These are countless such stories in Ukraine right now because of the war, about the search and hope of finding a person alive in captivity, for example, or at least to find at least some information about this person. Well, actually, they are counted because in Ukraine there is a unified register of missing persons under special circumstances, and this is the most accurate and complete record of military and civilians who disappeared in hostilities or, for example, disappeared on the occupied territories of Ukraine because of the war. Among them, there may be prisoners of war whose capture has not yet been confirmed, or the dead whose bodies have not returned home. This also includes legally displaced and deported Ukrainian children whose whereabouts are currently unknown. This register currently contains more than 70,000 names. It's actually an astronomical figure, especially considering that this number is constantly growing on the background of the war. Actually, we are hoping for some kind of a peace talks to approach, but at the same time, the war still continues. And Ukraine, as well as the international organization, ICMP, for example, are making every effort to ensure that most of these names will be revealed, most of these missing persons will be found, and their fate will be clarified. However, largely due to the difficulties imposed by the war, as well as the fact that certain processes are deliberately slowed down by Russia, and actually we will talk about it today as well, and also because Ukraine has to search for the missing in the midst of this devastating war without waiting for it to end, we face a large number of the challenges in this process. And in May, we observed the largest prison exchange during the war took place, and thousands of Ukrainians returned home. And in addition to these happy families who finally met their loved ones, there were thousands of families meeting the same people, waiting at least some hint, on the information what happened to their loved ones that are missing. And actually, in my opinion, this gives the most important perspective because all our work, for those who work with this issue, as a journalist, as I do, international organizations who research this topic, who give some advice how this process of the search and identification of these persons can be improved. We all working for their sake, of the families, so they can finally reunite with their loved ones, or at least can bury them with dignity. And also so this work can end with a truly just peace, and finding everyone is our obligation to make sure that this really happens. And the process of justice served will be the one into the other states and international subjects, international actors who are ready to launch some new aggressive wars. So now our most important task is to consolidate and coordinate all domestic and international efforts to make the search of the missing in this war and their identification as effective as possible. We will talk with our panelists over the next almost 2 hours about all that, about the challenges that Ukraine is currently facing because such a great amount of the missing persons, and as well as how the international community, for example, ICMP, ICRC, or some other organization or international NGOs can help it in the most efficient way. So, without any further delay, I promise, now I want to give a floor to our first panelist. It will be, I hope Mr. Artur can hear us, is Mr. Artur Dobroserdov, Commissioner for Persons Missing Under Special Circumstances in Ukraine, Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. And Commissioner Dobroserdov is responsible for coordinating the work of different state institutions, different state bodies in the issue of the missing persons and providing this strategic development for this process. Actually, Mr. Dobroserdov, you're the person who directly communicates pretty much with the families of the missing persons. And it's reasonable to ask me, first of all, about do you hear about these difficulties and the biggest challenges that the families of the missing currently face and report to you? And also one of the biggest challenges in investigating this huge, enormous number of missing persons cases, according is also the accounting for unidentified bodies and remains. How does Ukraine respond to this problem?
Can I just, if we could get the right number on the,
Yeah,
it's one, okay,
of course.
sorry.
It will be in Ukraine, so it's better
Yeah.
to take it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to turn this, oh, I see, it's here.
Number one, move the
Do you
volume.
have?
First channel.
Okay.
Доброго дня всім.
Так.
Greetings to all of you. Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here and participate in this discussion. Talking about the question that you just asked, it's very important to communicate with relatives of missing person and providing them with information on the status of the search and its results. This function is implemented through the following mechanism. First of all, it's a creation of the hotline of the commissioner and these issues. This line functions in Ukraine from the October of 2023. Since then, we have received over 60,000 calls from relatives of persons missing under special circumstances. And this year only, these are 24,000 calls. Issues raised by relatives of the missing persons are constantly analyzed. Also, for the communication, we are doing the following. Each and every week, I talk to citizen personally. Also, the communication is carried out through the work of my representatives in 14 regions of Ukraine. Constantly, we have field groups meeting with citizens in different regions. We also have a Telegram channel and Facebook page where citizens can always find information about the rights of the missing person, their families, issues that they have while they are looking for their relatives, etc. And when we analyze the issues that are most asked, then we can target our work. Also very important is to directly inform, just to inform that the person is missing, and we need to explain to the family what to do. Another group of question is about the official status as a missing person under special circumstances, and also include this person into the unified register. It's very important to have the status because only since this moment the state will be responsible to look for this person. Also, there are issues regarding information about the investigation itself and also additional communication with investigators. Also, people call hotline when they need some measures. For example, the evacuation. There are cases where a family knows that the soldier, their next of kin, is dead, but they cannot evacuate due to different reasons. There are also the issues on pension funds of Ukraine and social issues. Also, quite often we they ask a question because they received the information from open sources that the person is still alive, and the people call us and tell us what sources they have used. Also, when they have a need for DNA examination, and they asked if they did it, if there is already information, if the DNA information is already included in the unified register. Talking about the unidentified accountability of the unidentified bodies, we need to work. This year, we have conducted a lot of identification measures, and already over 10,000 bodies have been returned, which is 65% of the total number of bodies returned since the start of the full-scale aggression. And of course, this is a huge burden on all government agencies involved in the identification process and also in the investigation linked to this. Currently, on this work, we have teams of investigators, prosecutors, specialists. We also have assistance of the specialists from the international organizations. So this work is conducted now in each region of Ukraine. Currently, we also trying to solve the problem to use in Ukraine the integrated data management system IDMS, transferred by the International Commission on Missing Persons to the state specialized institution, main Bureau of Forensic Medicine of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. This is a very important issue because it will allow us communicate with a unified register. We can solve analytic issues, we can compare the information, and this can help the identification of the bodies. Talking about the register, our register started to work since May 2023. Currently, based on the information from the register, there are over 70,000 persons who are still being searched for. We're talking here about civilians and military personnel. They disappeared during the military actions or they were located on the occupied territory. The search has been terminated in case of more than 50,000 people, which means these people have returned from the captivity, or unfortunately, they were identified as deceased. The register also has a separate section for unidentified bodies. This section compiles the following information. This information about the circumstances, about the death, about the death that was due to different kind of circumstances. Also, we're trying to have coordinates and data on the exhumation. Any information could help to identify person. Post-mortem evaluation also will help us knowing the special identification features, mark, age, bodily build, gender, DNA samples can help us. Also, the data where the person was buried or reburied could also help. Also, any other information that could help us identify a person we're trying to identify. Currently, very important is the issue of verifiability of the information, fullness of information. If we can compare this information and analyze this information, we are using the information comparing with the unified register. For us, we have exchange between the missing persons register and the register of human genomic information. This exchange has been established, and for us, it's very important to establish cooperation with the body inspection module, IDMS.
With our Ukrainian track, but because of some changes in the schedule, we will have Mr. Yuri Belousov from the prosecutor's office a little bit later. So now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Alexandra Romansova, the executive director of Ukraine Center for Civil Liberties. You may know it because it was the co-recipient of the 2022 Nobel Peace Prize. And Ms. Romansova has led the efforts to document the war crimes at political persecution in occupied territories, advocating internationally and for accountability. and she also co-leads the Tribunal for Putin initiative. So, Alexandra, I've got many questions to you, but I will be as short as possible. First of all, let's try and structure in more detail about the cases that can be used to trace why exactly we have such a large amount of the missing persons. We understand that particularly here we can say that it's a Russian responsibility, for example, that doesn't reveal how many people are currently captured in Russia. So there are also other things connected to that. And in this regard, how should Ukraine actually articulate its expectations regarding some kind of a pressure or influence from the international society on Russia if this situation can really change somehow? And also briefly, can you explain generally your role of the Center for Civil Liberties and Ukrainian civil society as well in general in supporting these large-scale efforts to conduct investigations? Can we say that the efforts, for example, of the civil society, of the families of the missing persons and Ukrainian governmental bodies are currently moving in line? So,
Thank you for all your questions. I will be speaking Ukrainian, so please use your translators. Да, колеги, ми домовилися, що наш виступ буде українською мовою.
As dear colleagues, we have decided to speak Ukrainian, so thus further we can spread the results of our discussions in Ukraine. And I am starting from this because I think it's a part of the answer to wonderful questions of Olena. Why did it happen that now we do have so many disappeared persons due to this aggression? You have to understand that this is really caused by the Russian aggression that started still in 2014, even though there are a couple of preconditions, historical preconditions that unfortunately we have. We are post-Soviet country, and we could see it on the structure of our law enforcement agencies. We could see it on the structure of our health system, and also on, unfortunately, experience. And this experience, it's millions of deceased people during the Soviet era that no one was looking for. Not that they didn't want to, but because it was harshly stopped by the Soviet system. I'm talking about the people that disappeared in Ukraine due to the Stalin repressions or even later. So you have to understand clearly, these were millions of people. So when we talk about legal system in Ukraine, we do have certain expectation how the new one have to look like in our independent times after 1991. But are we able to provide it? And I would answer, we are learning right now. That's why critically important for us is the cooperation with ICMP. So we don't have to start from zero. So what happened since 2014? We have a tragedy of disappearance on 3 levels, the personal tragedy. Since 2014, not only soldiers or participants of law enforcement agency disappeared that tried to fight against the Crimean occupation or on the territory of Donbass. We do have missing journalists, activists, disappeared priests, mayors, or heads of local governments of small villages. We do have Crimean Tatars disappeared as well. Why I am talking separately about them? Because unfortunately this is a small group.
They are the indigenous people of the Crimean Peninsula. And for us, it is critically important to preserve this group of Tatars, given what they have suffered, beginning with the Stalin's repressions and beginning with 2017. In Ukraine, we have not had data on a certain category of the missing persons. Those are Ukrainian children in the occupied territories. Russia has ceased transferring this data about the children, but here we'll give the floor later on to my colleague, as she's going to talk about the specific category of the missing persons. But it did not start in 2022, and we need to understand that. And there are many different forms of disappearances. There are physical disappearances, that is to say, we do not know and we cannot find a person. And that is a problem for that person, especially if that person is not capable of identifying him or herself as because of the wound sustained, or maybe that person was a small child at the time of displacement. The second category, those are the families. The families have the right to know what had happened. That is one of the fundamental rights, the rights to family and the right to know what is happening with the family, so with the members of the family. And the third categories of victims, this is society. The Ukrainian society has not known for a long time about the fate of those people who were going away to the Russian Federation to earn money, but they were disappearing as well. This is a certain pattern of behavior. So people were going to the Russian Federation just to earn some money, and then they were disappearing. And so, despite the war in Crimea, that started in 2014, in 2016, people were still going to Russia to earn some money, but then they were disappearing, or they were being held captive on false charges. But sometimes this is the information type of disappearance. This is what my colleagues have already mentioned from the law enforcement agencies. That is to say, we do not really know the status of these people. For instance, whether that person is going to be returned as a result of negotiations. Maybe the body will be returned as a result of negotiations, or maybe that person has been forced to live in the occupied territory, and or this person may be a situation where no rights are protected for that person. So, as you can see, this is a very complex picture for Ukraine, which is a young country, and until 2014, we had not had any experience of war as such. So, we really need to learn about the best experience that we may learn about from what was happening in the Balkans or in Latin America. But the problem is that the post-Soviet space thinks that any search or investigation is a process that needs to be done by law enforcement. But in fact, it is the state that is responsible for search and investigations. But to do the search, we need to have a dedicated authority that will do the search. Because the prosecution and investigations and finding the perpetrators of people going missing, this is a huge volume of work, especially given the still ongoing hostilities. But the search for people does not necessarily call for a presence of a prosecutor, or does not necessarily need a police machinery. What we need is the active role of those who have the greatest stake and interest. Those are families in society. So you're asking about the Center of Civil Liberties and what is our role in this activity. Our role is to help the relatives, to help them organize, to be organized. They need to be part of an organized process. We need to shape this community, and we need to be realistic so that they will be capable of submitting realistic queries both to the law enforcement agencies but also to the political authorities in Ukraine, as the politicians need to create a system that will help us to look for hundreds of thousands of missing people. Ukraine has ratified a convention, the Convention on search for forced disappeared persons in 2019. That is the newest convention that Ukraine has ratified. As for our legislation, we had the first law on forced disappearances in 2015, but we had not been capable to use the provisions of this law until 2022, because in the first reading or in the first draft of that law, we had some institutions that needed to be established on the grounds of that law. But now we're happy to see that we, as civil society, can help law enforcement in their activities, search activities for the missing persons. But given the volume, given the scale of the problem, we need to establish a dedicated system for search. We need to invite ICMP and the best practices that ICMP has, and we need to engage the relatives. And this is how we will be capable of providing for a much more effective response to the situation. But this situation does not refer only to the citizens of Ukraine. There are many other people who have been taken away. There are attempts made to change their identity. Among the missing persons, we also have people of different nationalities. Some of them are in the armed forces of Ukraine. Some of them are prisoners of war. Some of them are captives. And I'm going to be provocative right now, and I do hope that you will have a question to me about that. We are responsible for the bodies of Russians and for the live Russians who have taken part in the aggression as the soldiers of the Russian army. This is a huge part of the evidence. This is how we will be capable to collect evidence against Putin's Russism and his ideology. Those are the Russians who were utilized by Putin because they did not object to becoming a part of the Putin's army of aggression.
The families and the involvement of the relatives, maybe the system, if it works one day, it will be the answer to these challenges that Mr. Dobroserdov has already mentioned. Now I would like to continue with our representatives of the Civil Society of Human Rights Defender, Dr. Katerina Rashevska. I'll now give the floor to you. She's a legal expert, Regional Center for Human Rights based in Kiev. Katerina is a member of a number of national expert councils, including Bring Kids Back QA Task Force, and she's a co-author of at least 4 submissions to the ICC regarding crimes against Ukrainian children committed by the Russian agents. Generally, Katerina, first of all, Alexandra already mentioned about these systematic types of crimes in the issue of the missing persons. Maybe there is something that you would like to add in this regard. And also, could you please tell us more about some key reforms in the international practice that you mentioned, that we've discussed with you before, that you would like to highlight, and in which, in your opinion, take into account this experience of other countries, Ukraine can have some assistance from foreign partners and foreign NGOs, and this may change the direction of this process, actually.
Thank you, Elena, and thank you for the invitation to participate in such an important discussion. I will speak in Ukrainian, so please use your headphones.
First, to refer to what Alexandra has said, unfortunately, all these patterns have already been there. We have seen those patterns in Chechnya and in Georgia, but now they're repeating these patterns in Ukraine, which shows that if evil goes unpunished, that such evils returns back, and then it returns in an ever bigger scale. But also there are problems that are not solved. They are piling up. And what our keynote speaker has said today about the presence of some administrative practices some time ago in the context of Chechnya, the European Court of Human Rights took a decision, but the Russian Federation did nothing about that decision. They did not change their administrative practices, and they did not bring their legislation in line with international provisions with regard to such issues as cooperation with the relatives. So what do we have? We have a trend when forced disappearances are not happening in isolation. They are always accompanied by deportation, by deportations, they're accompanied by torture, also sexual torture, and in the context of relatives, there is no system of legal remedies whatsoever. And it is important to take note of it, because if we are to run any negotiations on the potential regulation of the aftermath of Russian aggression against Ukraine, we need to understand that occupation means that those people in the occupied territories didn't have any legal remedies, and tens of thousands of them went missing. And their situation is not going to improve if we do not include this issue into the package of our demands with regard to the aggressor state. Now, as to the second question and the Ukrainian context, of the commitments undertaken by Ukraine. Yes, indeed, we have this commitment to establish the fate of the missing persons. We are committed to work with the relatives of the missing persons and the victims, and also we are committed to run effective and adequate investigation. Well, speaking of reforms and of key initiatives, I would like to address your attention to 3 key initiatives that should be further developed and supported, as we need to take into consideration the experience of other countries. We also need to coordinate the activities of all stakeholders. First, we need to establish a good cooperation between the state authorities, NGOs, CSOs, and international partners. So the first initiative, as I think, is the national mapping of all suspected mass or individual graves, as there could be persons who are currently being considered missing persons or may receive such a status in the future. I have done some preliminary research and wanted to see whether this initiative is being followed by anyone in Ukraine, at least in the public space, but no one has mentioned it as yet. So there is a gap. And this gap may be covered due to the use of some modern methods of mapping such suspected mass or individual graves. And we need to take into consideration international experience. We need to speak of the Syrian missing persons and forensic team. In Syria, they have this dedicated team, and they work with the support from the Forensic Anthropology Foundation of Guatemala, and they has exhumed 28 mass graves since 2018. Their work prioritizes not only on returning remains to families, but also they are preserving evidence and they are giving support to criminal procedures. Now, the second initiative that I would like to mention today focuses and is related with my activities. This is focus on the missing children. Many children have been displaced or deported by the Russians. On the 5th of May, Ukraine, in cooperation with the ICMP, launched a large-scale campaign under the title "The Bringing Ukrainian Kids Back Home." And one of the goals of this campaign is to establish a unified DNA database of relatives of missing children, including the relatives of those children that were taken away by the Russians. This is a great initiative, and it is a necessary initiative, and the Independent UN Commission also has supported this idea, and this is one of the recommendations for Ukraine. DNA testing is a powerful tool, and also the DNA register is a powerful tool, but we need to understand that in order to make sure that this tool helps us to establish the whereabouts of a child, but also we need to understand that these children are controlled by the Russian Federation. We see that Russia will not be capable of denying its accountability. And here we have a whole array of challenges.
Since 2014, the Russians do not give us any information about the children that are on the territories under their control, but also we do not have any access to these children, not on the occupied territory, not in Belarus, not in Russia. That's why we're talking about all this technical consultation in Istanbul. Maybe we shouldn't only talk about 399 children that we need to return, but also we have to talk how should we talk to Russian Federation so that the organization that is able to do DNA testing can really be sure that this is Maria Mironova or someone else that needs to be back. no doubts about it on our side. But when we talk about the forensic investigation, we do need to do DNA testing, and we do have the relatives of Margarita in Ukraine. Another problem that we are facing, that's that when the campaign for the register of the disappeared children, and we're talking here about the children less than 18 years old, we need to also think who requested this search, who are the parents, who can give us DNA information, who has the personal items of the child, because it also would be possible to find DNA issue on that. Or was it done by some legal representative? Maybe it was representative of some social organization. Who applied? Because if it was this organization, they are not able to have something for DNA testing. That's why we needed the information why there are 19,546 children, and 300 we could do something, but not 200 that we haven't registered. You know, we don't say that we make this number bigger, but we need to be realistic that we don't have enough opportunities to do that. Also, we need to talk about the experience of some other countries. I would like to mention in this context Brazil, because, you know, they do not have any conflict, military conflicts, but they have over 60,000 people missing. And in 2019, they have created a law about the national DNA campaign that led to a 216% increase in DNA profile. And this has helped to identify these people. In a very short term, over 200 individuals were identified. So we were thinking for a long time as a state, if I allow to say that, how can we communicate with the countries of the global south and somehow participate with them in the issues, problems in Ukraine? Because Brazil is the part BRICS country. Maybe we can do something when Brazil can share their experience with us. It will be very good for Ukraine. It's not only for solving technical or political problem, but also geopolitical problem. And the last thing, it's not less important, but I think it's not least important, just the last one on my list. It's we need to address the legal investigative framework. You have talked, Alexander, about the ratification of the convention, but also you have to think that we also have our obligation when we talk about international humanitarian and human rights law. But strengthening of this national legal system sometimes is very specific. Right now, Verkhovna Rada has to review the draft law that would allow to conduct investigation on the place where the person lives, residents, relatives, and not the place of the person's disappearance, because we talk that the people there disappeared, the territory is certain, but their bodies, investigative bodies, have too much work on that place. So we need to think about the family members as well. There are also a lot of internally displaced people. So I think it would be very convenient if this investigation could be conducted where these family members live now. Unfortunately, starting in April 2025, this draft law is not moving forward. So it would be useful when we turn back to that law. Also, we need to understand how to qualify the experience of the issues of missing people when we talk about the long period of time, because, for example, it could be qualified based on the Article 438 or 52 when we're talking about the crimes against humanity. And this, you know, it's not good because we still have some people then have been missing for a very long time, since 2014, for example. So we have to understand, and here I would like to have say something that was recommended by the committee that was created within the framework of the International Committee of Disappeared under a special circumstance, and how to strengthen the mechanism of the legal cooperation to see the efficient exchange of evidence and this enforce better search for the missing people. I would like to say that this convention between us and Belarus and Russia Federation stopped working. Our diplomatic relations do not work anymore, so nobody is represented. And this is also a huge problem. What I would like to say at the end, I would like to say the efficient investigation and to figure out what happened to all missing persons has to be within the framework of the holistic approach. Of course, we cannot just open some special investigating or create certain categories where our main goal will be to know all and each of 70,000 of people and found perpetrator held accountable because, we see if we don't do something, it will fuel new crimes. And if we don't stop it now, we have seen it on the example of other countries where Russians have conducted the same crime. So undoubtedly, this will be repeated in the future in other countries. Thank you.
Explanation and highlighting all of these important issues connected to Russia's responsibility and these challenges that Ukraine is currently pretty much facing over the last years. And as you mentioned, the problem is far deeper than just the full-scale invasion of 2022. It reached at least 2014 and the challenges that brought Russian invasion and annexation of Crimea to finding all of these people to try and identify them. I guess it will be pretty logical now while we are still waiting for Mr. Belousov to transfer to our international guests. And first of all, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Catherine Bomberger, the ICMP Director General. ICMP, as you know, was transformed from an ad hoc mechanism assisting countries emerging from the conflicts in former Yugoslavia. It was the biggest experience, the biggest challenge that ICMP faced in the years, to a treaty-based organization with a global reach. ICMP is currently working closely with Ukraine, helping our government, courts, prosecutors, NGOs dealing with these huge numbers. So I guess, Catherine, it will be reasonable to ask you, first of all, about the international experience and the lessons of it that Ukraine can currently gain and somehow fulfill in our work with this amount of the missing persons and this global experience in helping countries around the world locate missing persons from war, human rights abuses, and other circumstances where persons went missing for involuntary reasons. And how actually here these numbers, this process of identification, these people, is connected to the issues of accountability, because it's something that we really fight for. That's something that already our Ukrainian representatives mentions. And also, I guess it's also reasonable to ask you how you assess the Ukraine's progress and what are the ICMP's expectations from the Ukrainian side that you are cooperating with. And especially we discussed pretty much with you about this common database that need to be created in Ukraine. So how do you generally assess the pace that Ukraine is moving currently with?
Thank you, Elena. It's usually at this point that you thank the organizers. And since, but
we changed the logic today.
Exactly. So since ICMP is the organizer, I want to thank the people within ICMP for organizing this event today, and especially our commissioners who are here.
We are not done. We are still going to you as well.
Yeah. And also, I just, this is the fifth in a series of meetings that we've had to try to highlight the issue of missing persons in the context of Ukraine, and to highlight the fact that Ukraine is fighting a devastating war and doing its best to address this issue. So what we tried to do with this particular event is to talk about accountability. We talked about various issues, but today we want to front and center talk about accountability, which is also why we're very proud to have our partner in crime here, Ambassador Rapp. Because the issue of missing persons is often seen as a strictly humanitarian concern. And of course, during armed conflict, the laws of war, humanitarian, IHL or international humanitarian law apply. The Geneva Conventions apply. And persons must be protected from disappearing. Warring parties must share information on disappearances. The dead must be treated with dignity. And these are ongoing things. I mean, international law doesn't end when the war ends. There's a continuum from one to the other. But, as was alluded to earlier, Ukraine invited ICMP early on to deal with atrocity crimes and human rights. So while the dead should continue to be treated with dignity and all these amazing things that we talk about under the Geneva Conventions, including protection, must be adhered to, but protection is failing. It's failing dramatically, unfortunately. So now is the time to ensure that the human rights of the survivors are not only protected, but they are secured. And of course, these include justice, they include the truth, and they include reparations, as has been said earlier. So that is fundamental to upholding the rule of law and the rules-based order in the international world. So conducting proper judicial investigations into missing persons cases is absolutely essential. Now, the issue that Ukraine confronts is that it has over 70,000 cases of missing persons. I really want to thank the UN for the very important investigation that it's conducted and the report that it's issued, which demonstrates that atrocity crimes have been committed and they are linked to enforced disappearances cases, and that's why we're here to talk about this. So Ukraine is fighting a war it never wanted, and it's dealing with a scale of missing persons that it never wanted. And quite frankly, any country that would be faced with 70,000 missing persons, and there are many representatives from different countries here, it would be impossible for them to conduct judicial investigations into such a level of missing persons, and to do so in a manner where when war crimes were committed and atrocity crimes committed in relation to enforced disappearances, to ensure that evidence is admissible in court. So that's what we wanted to demonstrate today, and we want to talk about that, and we want to emerge from the meeting today with an agenda on a way forward, with a vision for Ukraine on how it's going to do this. I have a very good friend, Aida Cherkes-Robinson, who is a reporter from the Associated Press, who issued an article a while ago about her experiences in Bosnia-Herzegovina and comparing those to Ukraine. And she said, I can see the future. And in a way, ICMP can see the future. And that's what I wanted to talk about today on this panel. I mean, we were created almost 30 years ago in 1996 to deal with large-scale missing persons in the context of the former Yugoslavia, where over 40,000 people went missing, including those missing from the Srebrenica genocide. We're commemorating that anniversary this year, 30 years since the Srebrenica anniversary, since Srebrenica genocide was committed. So we have a lot of experience in dealing not only with atrocity crimes, but the scale of crimes. Now, the case in Ukraine is much bigger, far bigger. So we have, as a partner, a lot to give Ukraine, and we want to share those experiences with Ukraine. So let me just outline quickly what best practice is and where we feel that Ukraine is going in this direction. So first, and I want to thank Mr. Artur Dobroserov, who's doing an amazing job, as has been outlined by Alexandra and also by Katerina. Ukraine has created institutions who are focused on addressing this issue. And that is a critical first step. First, it has the political will. I mean, Syria, other places until recently did not, for example. So the political will is there. Inviting ICMP, inviting the ICC, inviting the UN is a demonstration of political will, a demonstration that you need help. Secondly, you've created the requisite institutions. In 2018, the Commission on Missing Persons Under Special Circumstances was created, and there is legislation underpinning that particular body. It's now housed within the Ministry of Interior, which is excellent, meaning it's in a rule of law institution. It's cooperating with other institutions and ministries in Ukraine, including the Ministry for Health, including the Prosecutor's Office, so I can't wait to hear Yuri speak, including the Ministries of Justice, the Ministries of Defense, the Ministries of Interior, so that is excellent. Secondly, there is legislation now that is being modified to be able to accommodate this, because one thing that has to happen when the scale is so large and a country is not prepared prepared for this is the legislation that underpins proper investigations into such a large number of missing persons has to change because there was nothing there before. So it either has to be created or legislation has to be modified. And Ukraine is also doing this. So, for example, it's already amending the Criminal Procedure Code. And thankfully, that's something that we're helping Ukraine with. And that will allow enhanced cooperation on the part of ICMP and other expert organizations that want to provide assistance. Third, it's now created the Unified Registry. So having a centralized record of all people missing, including the names of the people that went missing, the circumstances under which they went missing, the date, the possible perpetrator, etc. All of that information needs to be housed in one place so that Ukraine can provide reliable and accurate information to its citizens, primarily families of the missing. When it comes to civil society, we can see here from these two amazing women that civil society is wonderfully engaged in the process on missing persons. There's no impediment to freedom of speech. They have the right to say whatever they want. They can be critical, meaning constructively critical of the guy. Well, okay, you could talk about that. But yeah, I mean, there is a vibrant civil society that is engaged in this process that represents the interests of families of the missing, and they're not just passive participants in this process, as often is the case. The Ukrainian civil society, and especially amazing women like you both, are actively engaged in this process. And that's what you want to see, active engagement on the part of citizens, and hopefully also within the institutions that Ukraine creates. That's extremely important. Number 4, it's harnessing advanced technologies. And that's also critical. I mean, in terms of what we see as best practice, Ukraine is using DNA, it's using advanced systems, satellite imagery, aerial imagery, OSINT technologies to try to locate missing persons. Mapping of these mass graves is an excellent idea, for example, because there's so much information. ICMP has information that it's receiving anonymously from individuals regarding the location of these sites. We're trying to verify that data using OSINT technology with other organizations, including journalists, etc. But that information belongs to the prosecutor's office and should be used to conduct these investigations. So there has to be not only a unified registry, but there has to be a shared data system where civil society organizations, international organizations, whether it's ICMP, the UN, can also share their data with Ukraine. And that data has to be shared also between ministries. So the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Interior, the prosecutor's office, all have to participate in a shared system so that when the identity of a missing person is ascertained using DNA technology, because that is admissible in court, and I can't wait till Tom Parsons who's one of the world's leading forensic geneticists, using DNA technology in criminal trials is essential, and ICMP has done this in over 35 criminal trials. So what we're trying to pass on to Ukraine as your partner, because we are your partner, we want to give everything we know because we can see the future to Ukraine, is how to ensure that missing persons cases can be subject to judicial investigations to a standard where that evidence is admissible in an international court. That doesn't mean that all cases will go to court. It just means it's a standard. And believe me, you will need that standard. This has to be a meticulous process where all families of the missing have rights, as you've alluded to provocatively, but it's true. It is emotional. It is political, unfortunately, this issue. You're largely on your own. You don't have a partner in this. In the former Yugoslavia, today, over 75% of the missing have been accounted for, over 90% of those victims from Srebrenica. But that was also done in cooperation with those who had fought on the other side. So we are your partner in this. This is something you don't want to do. You're forced to do, and we're here to help you.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for such an actually motivating speech. It's usually, I'm always surprised how you're trying to find this motivation for Ukraine, talking about such an extremely emotional and sad topic. But actually, thank you very much for ICMP's support to Ukraine and all our efforts in these different stages of this process. Thank you so much. And you mentioned several times the Prosecutor General's office, so I guess it will be reasonable to take a chance while Mr. Belousov is already with us and to ask him to say a couple of words. Mr. Mr. Yuri Belousov is the head of the War Crimes Department in Ukraine's Prosecutor General Office, and under his leadership, Ukraine has already documented more than 170,000 war crimes, focusing on the atrocities such as torture, enforced disappearances, and the mistreatment of prisoners of war. Actually, Mr. Belousov, my first question will be connected to this. We understand that the Prosecutor General's office is currently dealing with such an enormous amount of cases, and they are very different. And it's important for me to ask you, what is the place of the cases connected to the missing persons? Which role does a Prosecutor General's office plays in these investigations? And how this coordination with another bodies who are dealing in Ukraine with these issues, like, for example, Mr. Dobroserdov's office and also National Police and other bodies who are working with the issue of the missing persons, how this coordination is happening between you? And also, as we are talking so much about the amount and these astronomical numbers of the missing persons, it's reasonable to ask as well, how is Ukraine currently fulfilling this need to prepare not just some information to the families, but the prompt evidence for the future prosecutions on the missing persons cases, how Ukraine deals with this understanding that we have pretty limited resources on the background of the war and hostilities that are still going on. So, please.
So much, dear moderator, for such a number of questions. I don't know how many hours I have to answer.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
That's why, first of all, it's really a great pleasure to see you all, and thank you so much for ICMP and the rest of colleagues who are raising such an important topic for Ukraine. The number you all heard about, the around 70,000 persons who are considered to be missing, and Mr. Dobroserdov, who is a commissioner for missing persons, I'm sure that he gave a lot of information how the system of accounting this number and it's been organized. I would rather focus on the prosecution model, how we've been organized to effectively prosecute crimes related to missing to missing of people, let's say, and other crimes, because we have overall approach for all war crimes in terms of collecting data, structuring data, because we understand that we do it not just for the purpose of the prosecution, but for the purpose of memorialization as well, and for the future, because Ukrainians and our kids and our children, they definitely at some time should have an access and research to all the data collected by Ukrainian national system. But this morning we have almost 168,000 war crimes been registered just for the last 3.5 years. It's all possible war crimes which are listed in the Rome Statute. I think there is no war crime in the Rome Statute which has not been committed by Russian forces and proxies on our territory. Sure, when we talk about our specific the topic of this day, missing persons, sure, a lot of different international crimes have been committed, have been related to this. So we're talking about deported people, we're talking about killed people, we're talking about people who was enforced, disappeared, we're talking about kidnapped, we're talking about people who've been taken as hostages, we're talking about our prisoners of war, who also a lot of about the life of mostly a number of them. We have no idea where they are, how they've been kept, how many of them we just could guess, because some of them are still considered been missing. At the same time, they've been kept in these captivities on the territory of Russian Federation and occupied territory. That's why it was extremely important to have the unified register, which would accumulate the whole information about missing persons. Ensure as soon as and the National Police, so the Ministry of Interior, definitely they are the main actor who is playing on this field. In National Police, as well as in Security Service, we have our counterparts as the prosecutors, we have our counterparts investigators. In each case on war crimes, we have obligatory investigator and prosecutor. But we agreed in the very beginning of open invasion and taking account of scale of war crimes, we need to find the space for each of these entities. That's why we agreed that with Security Service, we are focusing on crimes related to the crime of aggression, to crimes related to prisoners of war, to attacks to energy infrastructure. But with the National Police, we are focusing on so-called violent war crimes. So all cases of killings, missing, torture, deprivation of liberty, enforced disappearances, all these crimes we investigate with our colleagues from National Police. For just not to duplicate two agencies and not to investigate the same crime. So, but extremely important task for our national system is not to lose the evidence. And here, what we do now, so sure, in this database, which now helps to identify the at least the unidentified the body, and it's a huge work being done, and we really appreciate the whole support to the system. From my perspective, let's say the system of identification was one of the best example of the good developments for such a short period of time. And we understand that ICMP as well played a significant role, and we really appreciate the whole support which has been granted now. And we also understand how much work has to be done in the future. But it's a good example how Ukraine for such a short period of time could actually build very effective national system of identification with the involvement of international partners. But from our side, we as the prosecutors need to have all data digitized as much as possible. I will not say where, because today I was asked by one journalist where you keep your digital data. I said, why are you asking? Do you want me the rocket come next day to the specific? we have it. It's a safe location where we try to digitalize and to structure all our cases in various locations, just because anything could happen. And the biggest challenges we are facing at the moment, and thanks to our parliament, which ratified Rome Statute, and now we have crimes against humanity and crimes related to our topic today, definitely already comprise not an individual, it's the individual crime. They will definitely demonstrate the science of crimes against humanity. And that's why for us, for prosecutors, for investigators, one of the biggest challenges is to how to effectively process such a huge amount of data and how to effectively build the cases which demonstrate the policy of Russian Federation. And everything related, not everything, but significant part of the problem related to missing persons demonstrate the policy of Russia towards the country which has been occupied. They did it the same in other territories. They did it in Chechnya, they did it in Georgia, they do it now in Ukraine. For us, potentially one of the biggest crimes through which we try to analyze the overall context is Ukraine, is the crime of a genocide. When they deliberately target specific part of Ukrainian population who have a very Ukrainian proactive position, and they kidnap them. Then the destiny is no one really knows. Pretty often they find the body in very bad conditions when it's difficult to identify, or the person could be found then somewhere in captivity in the Russian Federation. And building such kind of cases, and to see through all this amount of individual cases a science of policy is what we are focusing our efforts at the moment. And here, in addition to technical support, in addition to the help with the development of our national system of identification, we also would need such kind of support from legal point of view, how to effectively build such a big cases, how to effectively prosecute cases related to the missing persons, how to effectively structure evidences we need, how to put these evidences to prove a specific element of the crime. That's where we potentially would need the support from your side. I also need to mention that just that at the moment, so 3.5 years after the open invasion, we tried to reassess where we are at the moment, because a lot of the context has changed significantly. And now we try to rearrange and to see which crimes we are not focusing enough, which crimes we don't have resources or we missed, which crimes already, how to say, could be not a priority number one. It's difficult now to find such kind of crimes because they are all very sensitive. But missing persons, deprivation of liberty of civilians, taking civilians as hostages, using civilians as a shield, that the crimes we are focusing more and more as a central office for upcoming years. And I really call all of you to cooperate. We have a cooperation with you, but to proceed with this cooperation and to build effective system of prosecution for this specific type of crime. Because definitely we have other important crimes. We have a lot of, you all see every day and every night who are in Ukraine, that we have drones attack, rockets attacks, a lot of property being damaged. But we also understand as a national system, at the moment we have 227,000 civilian objects been destroyed. But sure, we focus on the objects being destroyed where people been killed, because a lot of them are still been missing and we can't find exactly who was killed in a specific location. And that would be our main focus. And we really rely on such a support and cooperation with you. And I think that my limit is already ended.
Thank you so much for keeping up with our time limitation. Thank you very much, Yuri, for explaining and matching these dots sometimes that are pretty unobvious for us, the connection of the missing person cases with another serious international crimes, like you mentioned, for example, the genocide. And we understand how challenging it is for Ukraine to keep up with everything at once, but at the same time, the Prosecutor General's office is doing an enormous and brilliant job to keep doing that and to continue the identification process, to giving this evidence and to bring these cases further to the courts. So we will continue now with giving more international context to our discussion. And I would like to take the floor of Ambassador Stephen Rapp. He's a former U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice and former Chief Prosecutor of the Special Court for Sierra Leone. As well, Mr. Rapp served as a senior trial attorney and the chief of the prosecution at the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. So, and he was personally heading the media case, so-called media case on the Rwanda Tribunal. So, first of all, Ambassador Rapp, I would like to ask about the Ukrainian work that you're focusing right now. You are currently involved in the Joint Commission for International Justice and Accountability project with Ukrainian National Police and Military. And actually, when we discussed your work a little bit, you mentioned some pretty unobvious evidence that you are collecting. Maybe they're pretty unobvious for those who are not closely following the situation with the missing persons. And you mentioned that, for example, you are dealing with the collection of Russian documents on the battlefield, interception of official communications, and some other documents. How generally important is this aspect in the search of the missing persons as well, taking into account the huge amount of it? And of course, it's reasonable for me to ask you, from your experience as the former international prosecutor, could you give any advice to Ukraine? How do we help to deal with these cases to be sure that all of this evidence that are being collected right now will definitely be in the courts one day and will be helpful there?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Elena, for that question, and it had many, many parts to it, and I'll try to be brief.
Sorry again.
But let me first thank the ICMP for this great conference. This is the second time I've appeared at one of them. We had one which dealt with many of the service members that were missing, including one fellow who was totally and completely disabled and returned, to the extent that his wife said he really still hasn't returned. And remember that very emotional event a couple years ago. And great to be here with our friends from Ukraine and with those that are representing the survivors. As an international prosecutor and before as a national prosecutor, I always said if I wasn't on the side of the victims and survivors, I wasn't in the right place. And I think Yuri and all of us, and Ambassador Costin, when he was Prosecutor General, recognized that that's what we're doing. We're vindicating the rights of the victims by holding the perpetrators of these horrible crimes to account. And by doing that, hoping that we can prevent similar crimes from happening in the future. And in regard to ICMP and the whole issue of accountability, as I answer your question, I don't want to say that I'm digressing, but Catherine's mentioned Srebrenica, and I'll be there as well with my CIJA colleagues next month for the 30th anniversary of the horrible genocide at Srebrenica. And the important role that ICMP played, where you really began your work, was identifying those missing. Of course, they were buried in one place, but then reburied in multiple places to the extent that human bones from the same victim were in different places. And I don't know if it was more than 1 million bones or that you've had to analyze. And it's been possible over the years to identify more than 7,000 of them. And I'm sure there'll be additional remains probably buried on the 11th of July that have only recently been interred. And the victims and their right to know and to be reunited with the remains of their loved ones is such a fundamental thing. And it's in the horrors of all that, to see that success, it is great. But I do want to note that whole analytical work done at a very high level was one of the reasons why it was possible for my colleagues at the Yugoslavia Tribunal to bring in judgments for the crime of genocide against the former leader, the former prime minister of Republika Srpska, Karadzic, and the General Mladic, who led the killings of those men and boys 30 years ago. Without that evidence, you wouldn't have had the crime of crimes a conviction on the continent of Europe. The first time we've seen a crime like that since World War II. And of course, we now see similar crimes in Ukraine. And of course, other courts similarly, including the Bosnian State Court and its War Crimes Chamber, additionally returned convictions of guilty based upon that evidence. And that does show the relationship between doing the work on the missing in a very analytical and proper way, and how that feeds in to the criminal justice process. But I do want to say something. I'm always obliged. I come to this work as a prosecutor, though I did have those 6 years as a diplomat. Now I continue for the last decade working with a number of NGOs trying to establish justice, and it usually involves trying to build the cases against the bad guys, trying to find a court that will try those cases, help find a pathway to justice, and I do spend a lot of my time focusing on linkage evidence, the evidence that links those horrible crimes to the high-level leaders, and that's so essential. But particularly now that I'm involved in Syria, and I don't want to digress too far there, but it's such a live issue at the moment. We have 140,000 missing from the detention facilities, basically, with more than 200 mass graves that have yet to be excavated, a whole process that needs to be developed there, a particular theme. And the government there has established a commission on the missing, and it established a commission on transitional justice, recognizing that both are priorities. And as much as I'm an enthusiast of getting to work and getting Assad to Damascus or to an international court, and Jamil Hassan and the other perpetrators, I really am meeting with so many families of the missing, really do believe that that deserves a priority, and that you really want to do a full and comprehensive and systematic job. And it requires enormous attention, but at the end of the day, it's fundamental to prosecution. We need that as we needed it at Srebrenica. And as we do that job, we develop the evidence, that linkage evidence, that will be of such vital value. In the context of Ukraine, and similarly in the case of Syria, the documentary evidence is also extremely important. Clearly, we need to do in Syria and to the extent we gain control of those areas in which the bodies may be buried, we need to do the forensic work like Srebrenica. That will need to be done. But it's in the documentary evidence, when it's properly gathered and analyzed and digitized, that one can obtain enormous amount of information about what those perpetrating structures were doing. CIJA, which is an NGO supported by many Western governments and whose information is now shared with the UN mechanism, that has been a very important contributor to the process of pulling together civil society information. And of course, we now have a missing persons thing. But CIJA itself, working with 45 Syrians on the ground, brought out more than 1.3 million pages of documents from Syria. And those documents, which eventually included also the Caesar photos, but also the documents of the arrest warrants, we now can enter any of 5 million names at our headquarters, and we can find the arrest warrant for that particular individual. We may be able to find where that person was arrested. But now there's available in Syria 20 million pages of documents. They need to be analyzed. Well, similarly, we deal with Ukraine. Great to see Yuri again. I've been to Ukraine 6 times since the invasion of 2014. Let's be clear there, in the Donbass and the illegal annexation of Crimea. But 4 times since the full-scale invasion. I remember meeting with Yuri there with our CIJA team in July of 2022 and talking about the importance of exploiting the documentary record that might be available to build both the criminal prosecutions and to get information on the missing and everything else. And though we don't want to talk about it with great specificity, CIJA, with the support of several governments, is working now closely on the ground with the national police, as we heard from Yuri, the NPU, as opposed to the SBU, are dealing with the cases of violent crimes, like those that the world saw evidence of when Bushehr was liberated, but also other violent crimes, such as the filtration of Ukrainian nationals into Russia, off to the Kola Peninsula or to Siberia or who knows where. That kind of information and the availability of documents about what was going on that were found on the battlefield. And every time I deal with Ukraine, I deal with the reality that this country is facing, death raining from the skies. I mean, 300 drones last night, et cetera, the horrors of being invaded and all the things that have to be done, and that my country's not doing enough, for heaven's sakes, now, but others, thankfully, Europe has stepped up to protect this people from the Russians winning this war, and it's intense what needs to be done to defeat this aggression. And so there's a limited amount of resources that you can provide. But, what often happens, as we have seen in siege, and we worked in conflict zones around the world, but evidence gathered on the battlefield is of enormous value to the military immediately to know what's coming next. And so, your general intelligence, your G2 operation, they're scooping that stuff up. But a week or two later, they no longer have that much use for it. But in almost every system of the world, it never gets to the criminal prosecutors. It sort of gets stopped in the military system. And so working with the NPU and their relationship with the military, we're working on bringing in thousands of Russian documents and other information gathered on the battlefield in order to incorporate that within the evidence management system, which obviously Yuri was talking about, but something that frankly wasn't there when we arrived in 22. And of course, Prosecutor General here, GPU here, SBU here, NPU over here. They were in separate places. They did separate things. They didn't have a unified control of the cases. And so to be able to exploit that material and to find as much information as you can about the missing, to use that for criminal justice, to share that information through this database as far as the missing persons are concerned, and to do that to the maximum extent possible. But I mean, that's just an example, I think, of the ways in which prosecution, police, and the survivors of the missing can work together in the same field to achieve the justice that we all want.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I guess it's important that you highlighted all of the things that are very much closely connected, that all information about the missing person is extremely valuable for the prosecution, and sometimes maybe in an unexpected way, but it's important to have this coordinated system, and especially to have this aid of the international partners, as you're also providing as well, to have this work done. So thank you so much. I guess we're finalize our thoughts on this topic. It's good that we have a person who can also give some more information about the international experience, but still highlighting more about the forensic institutions and DNA process, so DNA expertise, so give more details on this aspect of our work that has been doing in Ukraine and abroad as well, for also helping Ukraine. Dr. Thomas Parsons, he was head of the research at the U.S. Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory, and also he served as the Director of Science and Technology at ICMP, leading DNA labs and pioneering DNA-led identification of mass grave victims globally. So it's something that is very much relevant to Ukraine, Syria, and what we discussed here today. So first of all, we've already mentioned pretty much about the foreign experience that Ukraine can use here. As you used to be the director of ICMP Science and Technology Program, can you please explain generally how forensic technologies, DNA, anthropology, and all of these segments of this process is really important to keep this evidence, bring it to court, and be sure that they will do its work? So can you explain how this works? And very brief additional question. While you're working with ICMP, you also famously provided evidence in Karadzic and Mladic cases on former Yugoslavia, especially, on Srebrenica genocide. So which lessons can we use from it? How can we now work with this information, with this experience that we have from Srebrenica that was an enormous challenge for ICMP?
Well, if I could, so first of all, it's wonderful to be here, and I'm very encouraged in the face of the tragedy and horrors that go on all the time in Ukraine, that these kind of conversations are happening, and it's critically important to keep your eye on what you're trying to do here and then define the effective mechanisms that can get you there. And a lot of times in many contexts that I've been involved in, the World Trade Center, the Balkans, disaster victim identification, now in Vietnam with 300,000 missing people, they're all different situations, but you have to take a look at the whole thing and understand what you need and what you want. And the situation in Ukraine is obviously very advanced in that regard. We want accountability on the fate of the missing persons, and we want access to justice mechanisms. And it's rare to even have those. So let me also voice an encouraging note that you have many advantages working for you in this context. The first is, from a technological standpoint, we know how to do this. There isn't the need to invent new things, as there has been in many instances of the past, as we're facing now in Vietnam. The mechanisms that worked in the former Yugoslavia and the Balkans are very amenable to this kind of work. But let me talk a little bit about, so yeah, you can get a bone, get DNA out of it, you can compare to a reference family and know for certain that that's who that is. But how do you integrate that into an effective process at this level of scale? And I'm grateful to Ambassador Rapp for mentioning the Srebrenica context, because there's some valuable lessons there that I think we can talk about. At the cessation of the hostilities in the former Yugoslavia, the ICTY, International Investigatory teams, came in to find evidence of war crimes. So they exhumed these secondary and primary mass graves from Srebrenica and other contexts and wound up with thousands of cases of mortal remains above ground in big warehouses. And their mandate was to identify evidence of war crimes, ligatures, blindfolds, gunshot wounds to the back of the head, cause and manner of death, these kind of things. But there was very little provision made for the identification of these people. In fact, at that time, nobody knew whether you could identify people on that level of scale. The families, of course, are just outside of these warehouses. Their family members are very likely in there, and this was not a stable situation. So somebody had to figure out how to identify these people. So we started doing the traditional approaches of case-by-case inquiry. DNA was sort of available at that time, but we wanted to take personal effects and show them to families. We wanted anthropologists to match descriptions of the missing people with a biological profile of the remains, age, sex, stature, and those kind of things. And massive amounts of effort went into this over the course of quite a few years, where tens of cases would be identified per year. Given the complexity of all this information, everything is dispersed. Well, meanwhile, the ICMP, knowing that DNA was very important, started working on uniform mechanisms to get DNA out of these bones. And the idea was novel at the time. Let's use DNA to drive this process. So they instituted region-wide outreach to family members of the missing, and that communication is absolutely critical. You have to get the correct information, and you have to provide information so families trust in the procedure. So having established that in 2001, where we got thousands of reference samples now in the database, and we had an assembly line process in the DNA lab working on the bone profiles, we were able to make over 1,000 identifications in the first year of that system going online, in comparison to the drabs of cases that were able to be resolved previously. And that was related to a centrality of methodology, a central database where information from the families could be brought in, information from the grave could be brought in, et cetera. Now, we call it a DNA-led process, and that needs to be done in Ukraine. But it's not a DNA-only process. What it is a homogeneous, highly quality-controlled mechanism to make the primary identification on which you can bolt the additional information that has been collected through expert forensic archaeology, pathology, forensic anthropology, and those kind of things. And all that information that then can come into play. Now, on the flip side, so the war crimes investigators didn't properly account for identification. We at the ICMP took on the identification effort, but the mantra of the time was, accountability is not something that even appropriate to think about in this. The very outset of this is families won't cooperate if they think there's going to be legal proceedings and all these kind of things. So we carefully collected all this information, but in our consent forms that the families provided the information, we didn't have provision for release of their information, their family case information, in support of justice mechanisms. So we later started working very, very closely with the ICTY and the prosecutors to let them know the kind of information we had and to hear from them what they needed. And we wound up in a situation in the Karadzic trial where we provided thousands of DNA match reports, but they needed to investigate, they needed to have access to the actual forensic evidence. They needed to be able to review the cases, and we couldn't do that without consent. So we had to go back to the families, and we worked with the Karadzic defense team to list 300 cases that we would go to the families, request consent to put all that together, etc. So, yeah, I'll leave off because I know we press for time. We can come back to some of these technical measures, but it's really important to have this dialogue with the identification efforts, the accountability efforts, and the prosecution efforts. What are the standards of admissibility? What are the processes that are going on in the laboratories that are amenable to quality management procedures where you can argue why this is correct? And there's going to be some deficiencies that you're going to have to deal with. We don't know where this body came from. This is the confusion of the battlefield. Okay, well, what do we know, and how do we work around that kind of thing? And it was in this way that the ICTY was able to put together a rich evidentiary story that went from families reporting where these people were missing from, all kinds of course, eyewitness things at the time, to 7,000 names of people that we have identified through rigorous DNA, and the command and control that was needed to execute these people, bury them in primary graves, go in months later, and then hide it by going to secondary clandestine graves. And we were able to link all that together. We could put one body part from one person from one grave to another one over there, and they're left saying, well, we think these are World War II graves. No, here's why. And so how to tell this story in a highly quality controlled, rigorous forensic manner, but one that meets the needs of the justice mechanisms and has that communication.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for yes, actually, it's important to know that we have to make sure that this evidence that we are currently connected in the cases connected to the missing persons, that may be so much valuable, and we don't have to underestimate any other case that is, as we already mentioned in this discussion, the identification of each one and identification of the bodies, the remains, is super important for the future processes. And actually, from what I've heard, talking to the families of the missing persons, some of them really realize this need for example, that their samples and then the identification process will lead further to the investigation on the international level and to lead to some prosecution in the ICC and in other international courts. So it's important to involve the families to this understanding as well, to participate and to cooperate to help that. And yeah, thank you very much. We understand how much pressure is currently on the Ukrainian facilities with this identification process and work with the DNA, but still we have pretty much help, for example, from ICMPM and etc. So thank you so much. Now it's time to say not goodbye, but thank you to our distinguished panelists. And I suppose we have to say goodbye to Mr. Yuri Belousov, who's already leaving us. And thank you very much for your enormous participation, important participation in our discussion. And now we will have to announce a very brief, like 5-minute break, a coffee break, to take a deep breath, to like keep in mind everything we just discussed. And then we will have the continuation of our discussion in more freely manner. So get back to us. Thank you very much.
Video.
One of our private conversations now broadcast around the room,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. We can say that, like, common knowledge that DNA exists, but not common knowledge how exactly it's made to work and how to
But he loves her.
I remember the huge discussion between Valve, Marx, and
Something like human knowledge. There are statistical ways to calculate the actual insurance of population, whether it's 12 markers or 18 markers.
Yeah, that's why we need to hear. We're almost here. Wow. No, I've been to Serbia. India. It was really
To też było spieciarzone na siebie.
Yes, exactly.
Я перепрошую. Добре, я
Well, we got lawsuits and whatever, some of these
You know, it's okay. I'm only lost. I'm not a bard journey as much as I would like to. We met with a lawyer at the ICC, and he had successfully sued Trump. He was very proud of it, and I was like, yes, I am proud of it. Because some of the executive orders, like you can't work abroad and has it even been 200 days? Yes, I'm one of the deputy counsel your organization gave us a tour last week, but like this was your big event this week, so yes. So I wanted okay, so I was coming to introduce myself, and I was going to say like I want to be an international lawyer. This type of stuff I'm very interested in, especially as a domestic adoptee, and I hope that
So your driver will be here at border to
cultural erasure, international adoption. So this is like another aspect of that.
Yes, let's start with the first.
Yes, this is yeah, so I was going to say this is going to be a years long process. So I was
trying to think, oh, are there opportunities in the summer to certainly that would be substantive for building my professional portfolio. That's okay. I'm a full scholarship student, and as long as you're considered a public interest organization, I get funded. Yes, from my university. No, it's okay. No, this is the kind of work I want to do. And that's my school gave me that scholarship because it was the work that I wanted to do. Okay. Introduce me. Oh, no, I was furiously taking notes.
Yeah, and then we start with questions. Yeah, and then final statement. Yeah. That's good. I would slow down.
But it's worse, I mean,
I do the same thing. I get used to this all the time. I just too fast.
The interpreter was like, guys. I could hear in the mic, I was like, yeah, they're speaking too fast. You're trying to interpret and they're going on and on.
I do it all the time. So, yeah, so you know what? Because we're think really fast and then yeah.
No self-deprecation.
Just come out of our coffee. Delete. Yes.
how do we go with that?
Мені сподобалося. Звісно річ, як і всім людям, мені теж страшно щось там записувати. Але з іншого боку, це ж мій аккаунт.
You have a tough job getting people back in.
Actually open the door, just get some free drop. Yeah,
Okay.
So yeah.
That moment she really looks like Amy.
Олександра, добросердечно з нами?
Добросердечно will join us.
Because I think maybe try to keep questions and then sorry. I want to come. I want to come.
Так. Добре, добре, да, маякуйте. У нас перерва була, а зараз final remark.
Alexander, you're born in legend. I'm not going to learn the block.
We lost ambassador.
I think everybody's in, actually.
Ambassador. Yeah, he's here. Can we steal ambassador up for just half an hour?
You're waving me up
Some people are still missing, Matthew. That's just,
Anybody is missing.
No, we're all here.
Some of your commissioners are missing.
yeah, our commissioners are missing. Yeah. We have missing
I
commissioners.
think
I think they're going to
I
smoke.
see Tom's wife, but not Tom.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, I would like to take your seats, please, and we will proceed with our second, more informal part of our conversation on the missing persons and accountability. So I guess it would be reasonable to make our discussion more productive and maybe more interesting for you as an audience. We would like to ask you to ask us the questions so we can answer everything that was not mentioned or you need some clarification to something. So just feel free to ask anything that you are interested in, and then we will have I hope that we will have some time for that very brief final remarks. So if you would like, our distinguished panelists, if you would like to add something, so you can just keep it to the last minutes of our conversation. So do you have any questions?
It's always like this.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect that.
We were so thorough.
Don't be shy.
Absolutely.
Just give them another minute.
Okay, I guess...
There-
oh, well,
Pauline.
There-
I see. Thank you. Thanks, Stephanie.
Vandenberg, Reuters has a question.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Vandenberg, a journalist for Reuters. I wanted to ask maybe of Mr. Parsons and Ambassador Rapp a question, because we saw that there were a lot of bodies returned to Ukraine this week, and Ukrainian authorities say that body parts were intermingled and possibly mixed with Russian soldiers, and that this was possibly done on purpose. I wonder if you can say something scientifically from how much harder it is then to identify people and how much time this kind of adds to identifying remains. And I wanted to ask Ambassador Rapp if he sees any legal recourse for maybe some way to prosecute this intermingling of remains potentially.
Well, it makes it vastly more complicated. It depends on the extent of the commingling of the remains. In the Srebrenica case, we had an extreme environment where we would sometimes get multiple individuals and have to do a dozen DNA tests to piece these together. So the question is, how disarticulated are these? How widespread is the phenomenon? And the only way to answer that question is to have the relevant experts examine this case by case. If they're skeletonized remains, we need an anthropologist. If they're more or less bodies and body parts, then pathologists or working in concert, the two together. But the first thing they need to do is define the scope of the problem and start investigating these cases and determining. Probably not going to be any good ways to tell Russian body parts from Ukrainian body parts, apart from maybe personal effects or something, but yeah.
Yes, I mean, to follow up, and obviously at the end of the day, this may involve the kind of DNA matching of Srebrenica, et cetera, but then of course you're needing the reference samples from at least the Ukrainian side. You won't have them from the Russian side. So obviously creating a great deal of work. Just from an international law standpoint, I mean, certainly this violates Russia's obligations under the Geneva Conventions, but in terms of it being a crime, the closest analogy to this are the kind of cases that have actually been made here in the Netherlands and in Germany and elsewhere, where ISIS fighters have been found displaying human heads and things like that, and treating human remains disrespectfully, and that has been prosecuted as an assault on human dignity, under, which is in the Geneva Conventions, et cetera, and an additional protocol 2, or additional protocol 2 for non-international armed conflicts, additional protocol 1 for international ones, and so you could potentially charge that crime. Obviously, there are many other more serious crimes that the Russians are responsible for, but that, I think, would be available, and there are precedents for that. And in several cases, those counts, those war crimes counts, have been added to terrorism counts when ISIS ex-fighters have been prosecuted here and elsewhere.
If you don't mind, I see Artur de Bresserdo joined us. Maybe, Mr. de Bresserdo, you do have something to add. If you heard the question about the Russian bodies that might be mixed with the Ukrainian ones from the recent huge amount of bodies that returned.
6,000.
Do you copy us? Do you hear us? Yes, I hope that you can hear us as well. So, did you hear the question? Please, could you please repeat the question? The question about, do you know anything, do you have any information that the Russian bodies that were being returned together with Ukrainian bodies? And we, in fact, have had 6,000 bodies returned to Ukraine, but there was intermingling of remains. Do you know anything about it? Well, we have expanded information about one such fact. And we are going to follow on this information. Such facts do exist, and there are many. Now, to identify a body of a Russian soldier was not really difficult from the procedural point of view, because they are wearing military fatigues. We could find military documents, or we could find the other ID items. It was fairly easy to recognize the bodies of Russian soldiers, and this is how we identified that during the repatriation they returned a body of the Russian soldier, and this is but that did not happen during the previous return within the framework of the Istanbul Agreement, but that happened this year at a different point of time. And of course, we act in line with the IHL. And during the repatriation, that body was returned back to the territory of the Russian Federation. However, how many more bodies like that shall we find? We know that many bodies are being returned within the repatriation operations, and we shall find out how many bodies we will identify like that.
I will be responsible today from some retrospective, you know. So what we have here, from one side, we have absolutely don't care from Russia side from 2014. We need to understand that biggest our problem with any exchange or any repatriation or something like this, that from our side, we really want to bring our people back home alive, that whole bring them back in any way. And from Russia's side, we don't feel the interest to bring back their citizen home. And that's for both, for Russian citizens who stay alive, like prisoners of war at Ukrainian camps, and same about dead corpses, which exactly a lot stay just in the battlefields, and Russia now have any opportunity to collect them. As we know, as our human rights defenders partners from Russia side exactly give us information that why the reason, because it shows exactly scale of the dying clauses, from Russia side, and exactly reason. It's not mean that it's changed something at the attention and the understanding of Russian citizens, but it can create the problems for them. That's why we see it from 2022. And as you remembered, we need to have a big international scandal when two trains of special refrigerator trains with Russia dead corpse stay at Ukraine, and we're trying to hide them because Russia trying to launch them, trying to shelter them, to destroy it. So because that's evidence of, again, crimes of Putin against the Russian citizen. As we know from Russia human rights defenders, that at Rostov-na-Donu, where they have a center of like identification and like a big morgue from Russia side, they have so huge line of unidentified in any way dead corpse. So we don't believe that when we heard about these points of the agreements, so they bring us 6,000 Ukrainian dead bodies, bring back to Ukraine. Exactly. So they need to prioritize 6,000 Ukrainians like dead bodies because they have huge line, 100,000 exactly they're Russian soldiers. We don't believe in that. So I think it's not even purpose. It's just a result of their system. They don't care about their citizen, dead or alive. They don't care about Ukrainian citizens. So they can do like magic. Okay, and now we will work good and bring you like clean 6,000 bodies or something like this. And plus, we need to remember that a lot of these bodies, it's evidence of war crimes. So they will not give us back. That's Victoria Roshina, one of example. Because what they did, and they even not describe her. So that was male body, like a soldier. That's how they describe it, and they send it back in such way. So we need to understand this context. Sorry, I will be today was about context and about whole story and whole the retrospective. And that's happened from 2014. So it's not something new. It's patterns which we saw at Donbass and Crimea.
Actually, we live constantly with this news in Ukraine, but sometimes it's becoming more and more shocking how Russians are finding and making up new ways to hide their own crimes, sometimes even against their own people. So yeah,
absolutely.
It's terrible. So do you have any additional questions? Yes, please.
Oh, we have three. Nice. I like it. Let's discuss.
Yeah, sure.
Use the mic, please, because we have a translation and people at the Zoom.
That's what I thought. Thank you. My name is Knut Wallebeck. I'm the chairperson of the Commission. One question to our Ukrainian friends. Well, first of all, thank you. But I remember when ICMP started in Srebrenica, one of the issues were, of course, to build trust among the people that were going, the family members that were going to deliver DNA, because they didn't trust in authorities at all. In the situation of Ukraine, how do people trust you, so to say? Do people come forward? I suppose in a situation of war, people are desperate, but at the same time, there might be uncertainty about who are these people that are asking for DNA. What will they do with it? How do you build up trust, and how do you make sure that this trust continues, so to say, that it's not a breach in this trust?
So I will continue. Again, we'll speak about from 2014. From 2014, nobody, never will speak with state representative at Donbass and Crimea. Never. Why so? Because partly, exactly, forces like prosecutor, police, special forces from Donetsk, like region, was a part of this separation movement. That was less than 10% people who working in these state bodies. They were against of this, and they started to be victims of like torturing and kidnapping and something like this. So in that moment, when we come to Slaviansk, it's a place which exactly starting of all our war, exactly in 2014, after 4 days after Girkin changed the place from Slavics going to Donbass. Nobody will speak with you if you will be representative of state bodies. But people speak with human rights defenders. That's why we started documented war crimes from 2014, and department, which exactly Yuri now it's head of, they started officially work from 2019. So 5 years, mostly, that was only human rights defenders. But now, I want to say that that's changed. People much more want to speak with prosecutor office, want to speak. Maybe only one topic which is much more difficult, it's sexual crimes. Because still Ukraine have like official bodies need to have a studying and build the trust to speak about so sensitive topic. So when we speak about relatives and people who are the captivity or missing person, it's interesting movement. From one side, they have, I think, every week peaceful demonstration near the headquarters of behavior with prisoners of war. But that's because they're trying to push that state work actively. But when we speak with them, they quite understood that it's not a decision from Ukrainian side, it's a decision from Russia side. But they don't want to stop do that because they want to keep it like a priority. But in same way, you know, if you need to use the toilet, you go into same in this building, and you know, and with same headquarter exactly give them this service, like something like this. So I think that's possible. Build the trust, find the common aims, and feel why it's needed. It's possible. Freedom of speech gives us opportunity to give this understanding for people. People need to know why it's important, and people need to have a right to do that, but they need to understand circumstances of this. That's, okay, I will not give DNA, so that's mean the way how to figure out who they are. This body will be shrink. But if you take if you give your DNA, what happened with that? So you need to have a full the information, and that's not easy. Again, our state bodies sometimes just don't have a resource to do that, you know. And I think it's part of this can take a role at education. I mean, if children from school will know about DNA, it's important, and our modern history speak about why it's so important and all this, that start to be easier. Because we have a young generation who really like catch a lot of new information. And now, part of this generation at the front line, part of this generation waiting. So it's their parents, their brothers, sisters, and all of this. So we have opportunities, and we need to use these opportunities to build this trust fully.
And if I may, I will continue. Did you remember this initiative bringing Ukrainian children home? Mentioned by me, so it was launched in May this year. But what I see maybe the problem was with this informational part and also raise awareness campaign, not only because of the fact that people don't understand why this is so important, but also because of the fact we are publishing the information that you can go to this point, you can provide your DNA example in order to find your children. But please, let's imagine the situation. Your child went missing. So you will go to this point inevitably. But the problem here is that in some cases, we should firstly find the parents or other relatives in order to guarantee that someone will go and we will be able to take this DNA example in order to find and to locate their children. And as I have already mentioned, there are many cases why children went missing. For example, their parents were killed in Mariupol during shellings, or they were separated at the filtration point, and that is why the parent is in captivity in Russia. So just there is no possibility to go and to pass all this procedure. So I suppose that we should understand this picture as such and have these, reasonable expectations, what we can do and what will be the results. Because if no, we will be like in the situation when our enemy, with its huge propaganda campaign, will use it in order to legitimize and normalize and also to hide its crimes. It's true.
I'll just add very briefly, actually concerning these trust issues for the Ukrainian institutions. From my observations, talking to the families, mostly they do trust because they just don't have any other choice. They are in this active search of their loved ones, so they are trying to do anything as possible. There was a different situation in 2022, 2023 with the ICMP, for example, because for the families who live abroad, as you know, there is a chance to have these DNA tests made abroad and to give their genetic information. But it was some kind of a not very much trust that was at that time. But I remember last time when we met with Mr. Dobroserdo here in The Hague, we discussed this issue. And one of the reasons why currently some of the families refer to ICMP and would like, because they would like to have this information about the DNA match once again checked by the international organization. So sometimes it's a very emotional moment because the families always trust in the best. They try to believe to the last minute that their loved one is alive. So it's a chance for them to have this information checked once again, to win a little bit this time, to have perhaps some other information, but usually it doesn't differ. So, but maybe Mr. Dobroserdo would like to add something from his perspective.
Yes, too, I would like to add. Let's go back and be frank. The majority, what we're getting from the front line, that's repatriation, it's really impossible to recognize these bodies visually. That's why more often we use the molecular genetic expertise, DNA. Based on each factor, the decision is taken by the investigator and prosecutors, and they are responsible for this identification. To reason the decision taken by them, they use the decisions taken by the forensic experts. But there are some other data that we can evaluate during this investigation, and also this also could be a reason to identify this person. In majority of the cases, when we have a normal communication between investigative body and others institution, it will be explained, the family will be explained, but sometimes they have doubt. It is unacceptable that the family has doubt and then takes the body to bury it. ICMP, it's our trusted partner. They always are ready to accept this request from the family. They understand completely the moral and ethic aspect of this issue. Everyone in ICMP understands that, and they are ready to review the tissues again and do the investigations, as our family says, to do it in an independent laboratory. Nowadays, we didn't have any facts that the experts had some different results as a result of this comparative decisions. I think it's a correct decision taken by families, so they don't have any doubt. So all our bodies do agree with them. It's very important to have trust in investigative body, investigators themselves, and in forensic experts. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, speakers, for great inputs. My name is Yana Rudenko. As a person who was under Russian occupation in Bucha and who saw war crimes with my own eyes, and I do remember a mass grave next to the church, I would like to highlight the point that, indeed, victims of Russia's invasion of Ukraine will not have peace, internal peace, without justice and accountability. Especially counting that we already had Chechnya, and I have very good friends from Chechnya here in the Netherlands, and they shared with me that we thought crimes will happen to our people, but in 2014 they discovered and they experienced that crimes again happen to their other compatriots, to Dutch people. And so it is important, accountability and justice. But if you consider that it is an ongoing military conflict, can we really hope for justice if Russia is not losing? I would like to.
I'm glad to answer that question. Yes. I mean, I think that, well, first of all, the cases in the ICC are not going to go away. Even if there were a peace agreement and the possibility of a comprehensive peace agreement, we'd like to imagine that it'd be possible, but since it would be impossible, we can't imagine Russia withdrawing from the Donbass, and we can't imagine Ukraine accepting Russian occupation. So, if we have peace, it's going to be more like a ceasefire, more like a Korea situation, to be frank. And then we'll see what happens in the long run. But no matter what happens, there's no provision in the ICC for dismissing a case because there's a peace agreement. You can go to the Security Council and get a 1-year waiver of prosecution each year and do that, but any U.S. future government could veto that. And so those cases will continue. And there'll be cases of perpetrators that will show up in third countries that will still be prosecuted. And there'll be the cases that have been made. There's one in the United States. There's one in several countries of dual nationals who were killed or injured or violated in some way. And those countries have an interest in vindicating the rights of their own citizens and proceeding with those prosecutions. And I certainly imagine that in terms of Ukraine, there'll still be a strong desire to prosecute nationally. But justice cannot be swept under the carpet in this situation. And as you have said eloquently in regard to Chechnya, and as I've seen in so many situations, that impunity licenses future impunity. If you get away with it once, you'll think you get away with it again. And the challenge in dealing with someone like Putin, out of all the Russia's kind of ideology that he's part of as an ex-KGB guy, he comes from a system where there was never any accountability for the crimes of Stalin, not for the Holodomor, not for the mass killing of people who were frankly loyal to the system and got killed just in order to purge them, or people that were dragged away from all over the former Soviet Union to be enslaved and to be slave labor. No accountability for that whatsoever. Very little accountability for the crimes in Eastern Europe. And as a result of that, he naturally thought going into Syria and flying air support while they were dropping chlorine and poison gas on Syrian civilians, they would never be held responsible for that. And because of that absence of accountability, we have the crimes in Ukraine. And so we clearly have to continue to push for justice. And just by the way, I prosecuted in Sierra Leone where there was an amnesty. And we didn't have to honor the amnesty. In any international case, amnesties are ineffective under international law. And so even if a promise were improvidently made for amnesty, international law would allow those cases to go forward, and they need to.
So, yeah, if I may, I want to say 2 points. First point, it's about what that means justice. When we speak about justice, we speak about for 2 parts. First, prosecuting perpetrator, but second, it's rebuild, recovering, exactly hold the rights of victims. And victims, again, it's a person, it's a family, it's a society. So exactly for second part, we can do that now, tomorrow, yesterday. And for that, second my point, ongoing war changed the crime scene. That's why we need to do that now. We need to collect the evidence, collect the opportunity, because yesterday, yesterday we have a Kherson, like occupied territory, and that was a Snegurivka, small part of Mykolaiv region, that's my native region, where we don't have any access. We only have appeal for 2 families, about 2 missing persons. And when Snegurivka was deoccupied, we found 27 bodies, and this missing person was inside of this basement. So that's proportion which exactly we don't know what happened now at the occupied territory. And if we are not started now, we're not so big like General Prosecutor Office, but 5 AM Coalition, Tribunal for Putin Coalition, we documented war crimes from our sides. And it's 88,000 episodes which collect by human rights defenders. Why we do that now? Because tomorrow a frontline can change and it can destroy the crime scene which was previously. So now we unique situation, ongoing war, we biggest documented conflict in the history of the human beings. So, and that's not mean it's like we are win. That's mean we have ability, to have this justice. That's what we're working for now. And about losing, I don't know if. What mean losing? What mean winning? I think it's quite abstractive, and we need to speak about. Ukrainians alive now, 5-time biggest army trying to destroy us every day, every night, and we're still alive. I think it's quite enough, winning for now. But yes, more and more. But justice, we need to work now, without waiting how it will be like finished in the question of military. We have, we have hybrid war. We need to have a hybrid winning exactly.
Katerina, be as brief as possible.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Ambassador for his position. And I do believe that it will be the position of the United States, because now we see how in the United Nations General Assembly it is avoided to call the crime of aggression aggression. And that is why I'm not so sure that the United States will vote no and veto this resolution on Article 16 of the Rome Statute, and not just
will.
and not to abstain, because abstention in this case is the voting yes. China will vote yes, Russia will vote yes, Great Britain and France will abstain because they never veto resolutions since 1989. And if the United States will abstain, so Putin will not avoid the responsibility, but the procedure will be suspended. And it is a real risk. So it should not be underestimated regarding current geopolitical situation. And also, unfortunately, we should take into account the crisis faced by the ICC itself, not only related to the United States sanctions, and mostly not related to these sanctions, but also the lack of credibility and some sort of unwillingness of the member states themselves to respect the decisions of the ICC regarding the arrest warrants in other situations. I am not talking only about Mongolia, because we understand that even theoretically it would be very difficult to transfer Putin from Mongolia through Russia or through China. So we should understand it. But I'm talking about Italia. In Libya case, I am talking about many European countries who've invited some other representatives with arrest warrants from other states. And it is always about undermining the credibility of the institution itself. So we should think about it, because it can't be without consequences for the investigation of the situation in Ukraine. But I don't want to finish with this, and I would like to end with something very positive, because I had like some discussion with the representatives of the court, and the crimes committed in detention, including enforced disappearance, including torture, sexual violence, and so on and so far, is among priorities to investigate. And maybe potential new arrest warrants will be issued regarding these types of crimes. And of course, this is about justice for people who were affected by these actions.
Thank you very much, Katerina. And actually, I personally love it that our discussion is now heading far beyond just the issue of the missing persons. And we can just spend here days talking about all of that issues. And thank you very much for your attention to that. But unfortunately, I have to ask you if you do have one final question.
Yeah, Pauline.
Yes, and we will be trying to be as brief as possible. So, yeah.
So, not
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Catherine. I'm going to win this one, apparently. Hi, Molly Quell from the Associated Press.
We will take 2 questions if my colleagues will promise that we will have just 2 minutes for the answer.
We will not speak with Alexandra then.
Okay.
My questions, I'm going to be cheeky and ask 2, relate to digital evidence collection. There was a discussion, I think Alexandra said this earlier, this is the largest documented war in history, which means that there's a lot of data bytes of evidence out there. Yeah. I'm wondering what the use of AI is in processing this information. And secondly, as the other panelists just mentioned, there is a sort of change in the political situation in some places in the world, and that has led to various problems, including the sanctions on the ICC. And I'm wondering if the organizations represented here have changed how they are sort of interacting with this digital evidence in an online way, for example, moving away from companies like Microsoft who might be beholden to problems with US sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Mr. Ambassador, you would like to add about the evidence?
Well, I mean, there's no question that the digital evidence is extremely important, and it's one of the advantages we have these days, and that materials, say, gathered from the social media, from Telegram, you know, of these horrible scenes of killing Ukrainian prisoners of war in cold blood, and getting that evidence and trying to verify it in terms of metadata and other ways. This is extremely important. And I do see it to some extent, and I don't want to exaggerate the values of artificial intelligence, but when one deals with truly massive amounts of data, which we've collected in some of these situations, and indeed when you look at the analysis of the material out of Syria, where my friends at the IIM now speak of 400 terabytes of data, that in terms of looking for pattern evidence and doing sort of initial analysis, those kinds of tools are extremely valuable. But any of us that are prosecutors know that then once you get there, you have to go in and verify and corroborate everything that you do. But in terms of dealing with massive data sets like we have, it can be a valuable tool. You know, obviously we live in a different political environment today. I mean, there's the different, you know, I hinted at the problem of my own president and government, though I'm pleased that our programs like the one that I described earlier with the NPU, the Advisory Committee on Atrocity Crimes, that work is now finally continuing again, though there's still anxiety about whether the funding will go forward. And of course, a great deal of the funding that's gone to civil society organizations that are the real, I mean, the civil society is the key to almost every one of the situations that I deal with. And many civil society organizations rely enormously on U.S. assistance, and so my friend said we've almost had an extinction level event when it comes to U.S. cutbacks in certain zones. Fortunately, in Ukraine, I think there are other resources that are available, but I'm sure it's hurting. There are an impact, but I think the new tools that we have, the kind of commitment that we have to justice, the way that we've been able to win these cases in third country courts, et cetera, the way in which we've activated all sorts of tools, I think give us hope that even with the political setbacks and even with somebody like Donald Trump as President of the United States, we can carry on this fight against impunity.
Thank you. The last question you wanted to ask, or you can ask it afterwards.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I will try to keep it brief because I think the chair's question partially covered what I wanted to inquire. Because you mentioned the delicate web of justice and accountability mechanisms that are like interwoven in the Ukraine situation. How is the understanding of the general public in Ukraine of these different justice initiatives, how they interplay? What is the awareness? Do people know how to access the different initiatives? And what kind of role can civil society play there in information sharing? Thank you.
I can quick. People, it's 42 different millions of people, so some of them know, some of not. That's why we see, gathering them in some association or some movement of relatives or victims. It's really important process, and that's why we really appreciated such initiative like SEMA or Fond Mukwege, which support us in this process. We have first relative of prisoners of Kremlin from they was launched like organization 2015, and members of them, it's mostly people who receive their beloveds back home, but they continue to work to help to other people in same situation. So as for us, like our biggest forces, it's common people. And if you explain common people, exist common people who explain other common people, what that means to find, to register your appeal about your missing person, all this, that's best way how you can spread this knowledge about all the mechanism, all the opportunities. That's why we work a lot with this relatives joining initiatives, and we think it's a great way how we can solve this problem of gap of information.
Thank you so much. I guess now it's time for a very quick goodbye and some very, very little final remarks for our panelists. So if there is anything you would like to add, but first of all, please let me ask Mr. Artur Dobroserdo, because he is waiting. We have to thank him that he has been with us until this very minute online. So yeah, if you would like to add something, please go for it.
I would like to thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you for the possibility to take part in this meeting. And I'm very grateful for keeping on your radar and focusing on the missing persons. Also on the international level, everyone should understand the scale of challenges we're facing in our country and what are the problems that are faced by the relatives and families of the missing persons and of the POWs. We are very responsible people. We need help and understanding so that we succeed. Thank you very much for that. Yes, thank you very much for your kind participation and the work you do.
Yeah. I'm speak too much. Go ahead. So, okay, just my final word. Yeah, as for me, it's only one way how we can try to stop repeating of such crimes. It's exactly use the previous examples, use the previous experience of people, and that's why for me so important ICMP and their work, because at 2015 I'm trying to find the Colombian NGOs whom we can discuss how exactly we need to provide some legislation about forcibly disappear people, and that was human rights defender organizations. That's why they're sharing with us. But now is we have such amazing organization who collect this experience, who can propose it. It's never like just a copy. It's never copy. We need to create our own mechanism who answer for our challenges. But it's much easier when you have professionals who do that not once, not twice, when you have experienced lawyers and people who can create main base for all of this. That's why we really appreciate that you exist and really so open for cooperation.
And if I might say something, contrary to my own field, obviously I talk about being a prosecutor and getting Putin in the dock and having convicted Charles Taylor and others. I do believe in the importance of accountability. But it is independently important to find the information on the missing and share it with their families, even if it doesn't help any particular case. It is a right that they have. And if I'm dealing in a transitional justice situation and they can't get prosecution going, but they can get a truth process going and they can provide information to the survivors and to make it public, I'm content. Because I know that then there will be a demand for justice, that the people will speak and rise because of that truth. But if that truth is buried, and it's, oh, those are World War II guys out there, and you can't even, who knows what it is. It's old and done with, don't touch it, et cetera. And it's all, the official story is propaganda, then you'll never have justice. So truth first, effective finding of the answers on all 70,000 in a process with the best technology, et cetera. It will help prosecution at the end of the day, no matter what. It needs to be done.
And if I may, very briefly, so the crimes we have discussed today, it is only a tip of a very large iceberg. So in order to see the iceberg as a whole, we should use your ability to see the future. And that is why I hope that in this future, we will continue our discussion, not what we should do, but how we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, do you have something to add?
I don't think I have anything to add.
Oh, wow.
As everyone said,
I can start new threads of conversation. Can't wrap anything up very well.
So it's time for me to say thank you.
One thing.
Oh, you would like. That's a never-ending. Please, Catherine.
And ultimately, final word maybe. But I'm going to underscore all the points that you've made. And first of all, I want to thank Mr. Dobroserdov, who is amazing. We have a very good partner in him. The work that he does, nobody can imagine. The pressure that he's under from families of the missing, the pressure that he's under to follow a meticulous process to ensure proper investigations is enormous. So I really take my hat off to him. And he's a wonderful person to work with, and he's just a wonderful person, period. But also, you guys are amazing, because the backbone of this process is not only the government, but civil society. So keep up the work that you're doing. And you are amazing also, and Tom, really, because I agree with the sentiments that you gave to the woman from Bucha. This will, sorry? Yana, sorry. That these cases will one day be prosecuted. The process remains open. And I want to build on something Pauline said with two final conclusions. We have to mobilize civil society in Ukraine because each and every family of the missing has the right to provide information if they so choose, if they want to provide voluntary information. So my first recommendation, and I know Dobroserdov is working on this, is really to mount a massive outreach campaign so all families of the missing can provide this data. Now, I know that's not currently how Ukraine operates. Currently, it's, families have to open an investigation or an investigator has to open an investigation. It is a complicated process, and it's the legacy of having a relatively normal country. That's how you operated. Yes, there were a lot of missing persons, especially Tartars, missing from 2014 and others, but now the scale is so massive that you have to work in a different way. So it's not just using DNA, as Tom said, a DNA-led process, but it's not only DNA, but DNA should be the first line of identification. And when it comes to Stephanie's question about the body bags, this is absolutely horrible what's been done. There also has to be a meticulous process to deal with those who have not yet been identified, because in those body bags also there's evidence of war crimes for sure. Not just that the bodies probably were treated in an undignified manner, and of course that's clear, and that may be taken to court, but there may also be war crimes that occurred. So having accurate identifications, taking a bone sample from each and every case is going to be extremely important, and taking a blood reference sample from each and every case. So this sounds quite technical, and using advanced data systems to do this, but this is the meticulous level of evidence that will be required, because Ukraine is not only fighting a physical war for its own survival. We're all behind Ukraine because it's fighting a war for democracy and upholding the rule of law. And that is a war we're all fighting today, as you said earlier. We're all fighting that war. So making sure that the truth can come out will unfortunately require a level of meticulous engagement, judicial investigations, where every single family has to participate and every single set of mortal remains must be rigorously subjected to analysis, cause and manner of death, and DNA has to be taken, and we have to do this work. It's the only way to succeed, to ensure that the truth comes out and that Ukraine has the support it needs to uphold the rule of law and to win many wars, including the one of truth and justice.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, our distinguished panelists. And thank you very much.
Our translator. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone who participated in this discussion, who survived till the very end of it. And actually, it's great. I feel such a relief being the part of this discussion and also being, first of all, the Ukrainian citizen, that such an important issue and a very sensitive, actually, issue of the missing persons is being discussed here today. And it's a relief to feel that we are definitely, as a country, not alone on this path to justice. So we are accompanied by international organizations, by civil societies of Ukraine and other countries. So it's always great to hear that once again. And it's always good, it feels actually good to say goodbye in The Hague, because we can say that one day we will meet here in the International Criminal Court or some other court to see Putin on the dock. Yes. So we hope for this day to come. And thank you very much for working hard to make it closer to us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.